Hi there.
I know, right? It's my first meeting.
Better.
It's all hard. Do they have it all set up?
They do, yeah. Oh, yeah. We can.
Oh, I mean.
I'm gonna get.
We'll
yeah,
make sure.
and-
Thank you. There. I know. Yeah. Oh, did you do some surgery? Yeah.
Yeah.
It was too hard, but I think that worked.
That's what
Well, good morning, everyone, and it's good to see all of you guys here today. Appreciate you guys taking your time, your sacrificing your service, to making sure that our transportation is the best transportation in the world. With that being said, I'm gonna let Adrian go ahead, give us our admirations, please.
Is safety briefing for all attendees and members of the board. In the unlikely event there's an emergency, please use the stairwells located to my right and left. Go down to the lower level, ground floor, and meet at Second Avenue and Adams at the Orpheum for our staging. We do have fire extinguishers in the back to my left and right. And is there anyone here AED and CPR certified? Please raise your hand. There is an AED machine located to the back break room here. And do I have someone that can please call 911? I know we have an officer in the room, but in case we need to call 911 for him. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Please govern yourself accordingly. Again, thank you guys so much for attending the Valley Metro RPTA and Valley Metro Rail joint board meetings from March 20th, 2025. We'll begin the session. And I want to, again, thank the members of this board for all the hard work that I know that many of us had to do behind the scenes and working with staff. That's always greatly appreciated. And then also, we want to thank our new board members. We have Councilmember Mary McAllen from Scottsdale. She's here. Let's give it up for her. And so at this time, we're going to have Pat call the roll.
Good morning, everyone. City of Avondale, Councilmember Max White.
Present.
City of Buckeye, Councilmember Jermaine Berry. City of Chandler, Councilmember Odie Harris.
Here.
City of El Mirage, Councilmember Monica Dorsey. Present. Town of Fountain Hills, Councilmember Peggy McMahon. Town of Gilbert, Councilmember Kenny Buckland.
Here.
City of Glendale, Vice Mayor Lauren Tomlichoff. Here. City of Goodyear, Vice Mayor Wally Campbell. Here. Maricopa County Supervisor Steve Gallardo. City of Mesa, Councilmember Francisco Heredia. City of Peoria, Councilmember John Edwards.
Here.
City of Phoenix, Councilmember Laura Pastor. Here. Town of Queen Creek, Councilmember Brian McClure.
Present.
City of Scottsdale, Councilmember Mary McAllen.
Present.
City of Surprise, Councilmember Earl Greenberg.
Here.
City of Tempe, Councilmember Jennifer Adams.
Present.
City of Tolleson, Vice Mayor Jimmy Davis. Town of Wickenburg, Mayor B.G. Bratcher.
Present.
And Town of Youngtown, Mayor Michael LaVault.
Yes, Pat, I'm here.
Thank you. Chair, we are ready to proceed.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Pat. At this time, we're going to open it up for public comment, which is an opportunity for the committee to address non-agenda items. Is there any public comment at this time?
Yes, sir. We do have Mr. Kevin Hernandez.
Mr. Kevin Hernandez, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Excuse me. My name is Kevin Hernandez, and I'm the Chief Strategy Officer of Intercon Security. I'm honored to speak to you today, not only as a member of the executive team of Intercon Security, but also as a member of the third generation of Hernandez family ownership. Our family has owned and operated Intercon Security since its foundation 50 years ago. On behalf of our leadership team and on behalf of the ownership, we're honored to be considered for our security award with Valley Metro. 50 years ago, my grandfather founded the company on his kitchen table. His ultimate ambition was to start a security firm that served specific clientele with dedicated security services whose needs outstripped those of more traditional guarding companies, just like the security program that Valley Metro has defined in its procurement. 50 years later, my grandfather's ambition has been realized. We are proud to be the fourth largest security provider in the industry and also the largest minority-owned business in the space. Our growth has been entirely organic. We have never acquired another company, but instead we have focused on delivering consistent and exceptional results for our clients. A notable part of our success has been our performance in the mass transit security space. Annually, we staff over 3 million hours across major transit systems, including the Regional Transit Commission of Southern Nevada and San Diego Metropolitan Transit System. With this experience, we believe we are especially well positioned to deliver a security program for Valley Metro that meets the needs of all of its stakeholders. We recognize the critical role this program plays in ensuring the safety and the confidence of its riders, employees, and the broader community. And if we were to be awarded, we would be eager to bring our expertise to Valley Metro's mission. Thank you for the time and consideration. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat, is there any more public comments? All right. With that being said, thank you so much for the public comment. We'll move right into the Chief Executive Officer's report. Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the board. It is wonderful to see so many of you here in person today and on the screen. As we have a very full board agenda as well as a retreat today, I will be brief in my remarks. So there are a great many exciting things happening here at Valley Metro. This past weekend, we were pleased to host American Public Transit Association's Legal Affairs Seminar. Chair Harris did us the great honor of kicking off the Legal Affairs Seminar, which was held in Phoenix beginning on Sunday. And Michael Walrow, our Chief Legal Officer, represented us. There was record attendance. I'd like to think that was due in large part to Phoenix in March, but also just a great deal of intrigue around the policy space within the transit industry right now. So wonderful conference, delighted to host. On March 8th, we also had a remarkable event at Central and Baseline on the South Central Extension project. The purpose of this event was really to memorialize the first train running from downtown all the way south to Central and Baseline, which is going to be our new terminal station when we open the project later this spring. This was a small event, but it was really well attended. We had 250 people to help us celebrate a test train, which is kind of a big deal. And I think a remarkable sign of things to come when we plan for our major opening, which is really going to be kicked off with a series of events along the 5.5 mile corridor from downtown Phoenix all the way to Central and Baseline. It was well attended by Phoenix City Council, including our council member from Phoenix, Laura Pastor, as well as the mayor of City of Phoenix and Congressman Stanton. So great day. Stay tuned for more. We're going to hold off on events between now and then because we got a lot of work to do on our testing and final construction. Then just real quick, looking ahead, we will be back in this room on April 17th for a regular Board of Directors meeting. We'll have a rather full agenda on that day, and including a deep dive with our budget, which we'll bring back to the Board of Directors for possible approval in May. And then we'll have our final meeting of the fiscal year, the second week in June. I just want to note that that's going to be June 12th and not the third week in June, which is June 19th is when that day happens to fall. So June 12th. And with that, I'll kick it back to you, Mr. Chair, unless there are any questions I may answer for the board.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I have one question. When is the opening of the South Central?
We are going to decide that at the end of the month. So our team is meeting on a weekly basis. That includes our construction teams, community engagement, our safety and security team is responsible for certifications. City of Phoenix leadership is also in that room. And our goal is to make a decision on March 31st.
So will it be May or June?
We'll make that decision on March 31st.
Okay.
We've got a number of critical path testing. So that May 8th date, while it was a public event, it was also just the very beginning of testing on the southern portion of the corridor. And so we have to complete our critical path testing to ensure there are not any reasons, especially those safety related, that would cause us to push the opening date further.
Okay, because community is expecting end of May.
That is our hope.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't want to disappoint the community
Nor do we.
on the opening day. The second item is that the reason why I'm asking for the date is because starting at the bridge, I will do a cruise on Central. And so I need to know the date to start organizing all the car clubs in order to begin the cruise on Central as we did back in the day without light rail. And so I'm trying to figure that out in order to nail down all the car clubs that need to be present in order to drive down Central.
Yeah,
So,
we are nearly there.
okay, thank you.
And I think our chiefs of capital and safety and security are looking at me saying, please don't announce it until the 31st so we can get through those critical path items, but
Thank you.
nearly there. And I am pleased to report that all of our testing and certification to date has gone well.
Any more questions from the board? All right, thank you so much. We're going to move forward to item number 3, minutes. Minutes from February 2025 joint board meeting are presented for approval. If there are any questions or not, this item needs to be, I request a motion and a second to approve the February 2025 joint board meeting minutes. Is there a motion? Motion. There's a motion, there's a second. Any discussion, any conversation? All those in favor say aye.
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 Right, the ayes have it, and the motion has passed. Moving to number 4, we'll move it over to Councilmember White for the Audit and Finance Subcommittee update.
Thank you so much, Chair Harris. The Audit and Finance Subcommittee met on Thursday, March 6th at 12 p.m. We had a report from our Chief Financial Officer. Mr. Kessler provided the Public Transportation Fund sales tax numbers for February. We're still at about 2% over prior year and still between 1% and 2% under the current year budget. So the sales tax revenue flow has stabilized for the last few months. Our minutes were approved from our prior meeting. We also took action to accept the annual comprehensive financial report and single audit report package. Valley Metro received a clean, unmodified opinion on the financial statements and no findings to report. Valley Metro also received a Government Financial Officer Association certificate for excellence in reporting each year. So I just wanted to make sure we called that out. Thank you so much to staff and everything that you all are doing to ensure that clean report. AFS also voted to accept the annual comprehensive financial report and single audit report package for Valley Metro. We're understanding that we have our joint boards and we also have separate unmodified opinion on the financial statements and no findings to report. Very great information. Mr. Kessler provided an overview of the Valley Metro RPTA and Valley Metro Rail FY26 budget. We're looking forward to seeing more of the detailed budget information in April. We also heard from Mr. Condrat, our audit manager. We have 6 internal audits in progress right now. And additionally, we have 27 internal safety and security audits that we're required to complete every 3 years from ODOT. And we recently started preliminary work in the first of 9 scheduled for this year. In addition, we're coordinating the responses to several City of Phoenix compliance reviews and the fiscal year 2025 FTA triennial review, which kicked off in mid-January. So far, we've reviewed and submitted over 200 documents for the initial request. We do have just a reminder for any IGA contract change order amendments and awards. Make sure you reach out to Valley Metro staff. Our next AFS meeting is scheduled for Thursday, April 3rd at 12 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, and you're doing a really good job taking care of the audit and finance and staying on top of it. So yes, well, good job, team audit, great job. It's awesome. I love to hear that we're being fiscally sound and making sure that we're checking on the boxes to make sure everything is good. All right, so moving to number 5. Marketing advertising support. I'm going to have our CEO introduce this item for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. If it pleases this board, I would request that we table this item. We have received feedback from city staff and have had conversations with the board who have had questions about marketing. We did provide additional information, which is included in your packet today. But I've asked our team to rescope our FY26 planned marketing program. We think we can provide a little more detail on planned expenditures, including how much of those campaigns include support for professional services like developing graphics and marketing materials, and how much of those purchases involve things like media buys or commodities that we're paying for. We believe that we can continue this item and in the meantime, still be able to deliver our current marketing activities, namely those that are associated with our soon opening of the South Central Extension within our existing contract and within the existing budget available to us. An existing contract, by the way, does expire in August 2025. Then we'd like to come back to this board with our revised marketing plan and resolicit in a new contract rather than extending the existing contract.
Sure.
I would be happy to hear any direction or feedback or answer any questions from the board.
Well, is there any questions or any feedback?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for pulling that. I think that it's probably in light of the variety of conversations we wanted to have around this item and some other items is some of the discussions, and we've discussed it as well, that now that we know we have a guaranteed funding source for 20 years, I know that several board members like to take a look at what can we bring in-house and what part of this can we bring in-house, and how can, the idea is to, are we able to save some money by bringing some of these service contracts in-house? So I appreciate the opportunity to get that information so we can take a real good look at, media buys are something separate than people, but what part of this could we bring in-house and possibly save some money? So I appreciate the opportunity to move this forward for another conversation.
Awesome. Any more comments from the board? Oh, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just wanted to thank Valley Metro staff because I believe the city of Avondale was one of the only, our transportation member was one of the only folks on the call that you all hosted to provide additional information. So I just want to encourage the staff members of all the other member agencies to show up when Valley Metro makes himself available to you. It makes a big difference. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to, I guess this is a legal question. Do you want them table this to a date certain, or how do you want us to proceed here?
The chair could certainly pull it for later consideration, and we'll just bring it back and put it on an agenda at a later time if the chair wants to.
So no motion necessary. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, is there any more commentary on this particular item from any of the board members? Okay. Go ahead.
I just want to make sure that the current contracts that are in place are still moving. There's nothing, this is more about additional dollars and future.
Yes, Council. Okay, Council.
I just want to make sure.
Contracts in place will remain in effect, and this contract expires in August of 2025.
Okay, that's all I want to put it on the record.
Thank you.
Okay. At this time, I would like to table the item to a later date. And again, I always encourage all the board members in their cities and their staffs to work with the Valley Metro to get any questions or concerns out. I know there's a lot of new individuals here, and it's a lot. It is a lot, and it's a lot of conversations. And I know everyone here has a lot more things outside of this. So just work with the team to the best we can, so that way when we show up to the board meeting, we'll be able to be a little bit more closer to the same page in terms of what items we're going to be discussing. So thank you, Jessica and your team, for making sure that was happening. Go ahead, Councilmember. What, Peggy? Oh, McMahon, I'm sorry.
Make sure that we receive the date of the calls, et cetera. So if we want to be on it, because I wasn't aware of those calls. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Let's make sure that we have the communications out there in a timely manner as well.
We'd be happy to. Yeah, we made that information available to member city staff, but we can share this with the board as well. And we welcome your participation. These are opportunities just to have a deep dive discussion, and staff is available to answer questions and provide more detailed information. This is a method that we've been using of late. Anytime we've got a fair amount of questions about an item, we have done a number of such meetings, both group and then with individual cities, about the RPTA mid-year budget adjustment, which we'll talk about in the next section of the meeting.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Passor.
I'm going to follow up on that. I think it's wise to CC us so that we're aware of the meetings, and sometimes staff aren't aware of our conversations, and or sometimes we don't catch them up by the time a meeting is happening or what is happening. So just for accountability's sake on our side, so that we know and say, can you attend this meeting?
Okay. All right. Someone online had something. Okay. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Vice Mayor. Online.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that it would be helpful to let the new members especially know, because we need to be brought back into the loop. And I was not aware of the call as well. Otherwise, I would have certainly made an effort to be on it. So thank you.
Okay. Okay. So there was a lot of, okay. Well, the good thing is that we're gonna table this item to a later date. So now we all are on the same page, okay? So make sure you guys get with staff and work with your staff to get it to this staff, and we're gonna be good to go. So, all right, so we're gonna table this item until further notice. We'll get back with you, but again, preemptively, whatever questions you have, please go to them now. Make your private appointments, as many as you need. They're available to help you out. I know it's a lot, so just do the best you can. All right, moving on to item number 6. I'm going to ask our CEO to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, we have before you today for your consideration for approval for Valley Metro to enter into a contract for fare inspection and security services with Intercom Security Systems Incorporated, whom you heard from earlier this morning. Our fare inspection and security services contract, just as a quick matter of background, 97% of this contract supports Valley Metro Rail directly. The majority of that service is hours of presence across the light rail and streetcar systems, as well as our rail operations and maintenance facility. 3% of the contract supports security services at the Mesa Greenfield bus operations and maintenance facility. Safety and security is our single highest priority. As we have increased our focus on creating a safer and more secure environment, we have made changes to the operating environment, to the contract that we currently hold. With the approval of this board last July, we were able to increase wage rates, and we have moved from a record high vacancy rate of 50% to a present vacancy rate of around 2%. And the result is more presence across the system of security personnel who are riding with our customers and our team members. We're continuing this journey to deepen our engagement within security by scoping a new contract that focuses primarily on hours of presence. It's that physical presence and engagement, as well as supervision and support of our frontline team members across the field that is making a positive impact. Adrian Rees, our Chief of Safety and Security, will provide a brief presentation, and we would be happy to entertain any questions and direction from the board. Adrian.
Thank you, Jessica. Good morning, Chair, members of the Joint Board. I'm going to present to you a very brief presentation on the Fare Inspection Security Services contract. I'd first like to cover some of the key components associated with the procurement objectives. Maintain full staffing, as Jessica stated. This is not a one-size-fits-all approach, and it's new, at least to us. We want to lead with customer service supported by a foundation of security and civil enforcement knowledge. Hours of presence, which is the new portion, is the number of hours dedicated to frontline staff and activities. All other functions, such as supervisors, account managers, assistants, recruiters, and trainers, are designed to support and contribute to the success and effectiveness of the resources performing that hour of presence work. The hour of presence unit cost is an average of all those positions, including support. Next to frontline compensation, this is a priority to ensure quality applicants are recruited and retained, and with frequent quality touch points and supervision in the field. Next, reduce cost to switch, which is also new to this, by awarding a primary and secondary award, time and effort to switch contractors if current contractor is not meeting the contractual obligations is reduced significantly. There is no board approval needed. And finally, a diverse panel members that were part of this proposal with varying areas of focus internally and with law enforcement personnel in transit familiar with the security operations. We worked as a team to review every proposal thoroughly. Next, we want to introduce Intercon, as with Mr. Hernandez, what he stated earlier. The contractor selected as the primary award, and Allied Universal, thank you for being here today, as the secondary award. Intercon attributes: 51 years of experience, family owned and led, with over 80% retention through transitions. Transit experience with positive referrals and outcomes. The transit experience includes Chicago Transit Authority, CTA, LA Metro, MTS with San Diego, DART, and Vegas RTC. We did specifically reach out to several of these agencies and spoke to them at length and they shared Intercon fills on an average of 95 to 95%, 99% of their weekly hours as well as special events. A little bit more of what we're buying and why before we move to the next slide. We desire to modify the scope of work now ahead of South Central and look at competition and offers from the current industry. We focused in the newly revised scope of work on 4 key points. Contractor accountability, thus the hour of presence model and methodology. Enhanced experience of frontline personnel and key personnel. Increase the requirement for account manager, assistant account manager, trainers, and recruiters. Training to include a more robust field officer training program and assessments in the field, as well as mental health crisis management and response. Reporting and data analysis to include not only a collection of the data, but analysis of that data, and using it to evaluate new deployment models and assess areas of highest risk and exposure. And finally, revise the terms to 1-year contract with 4 one-year options, thereby holding the contractor to earn every year. Now onto the award economics and implementation. First portion of the slide to the top with the arrows covers the 20% increase in hour presence that's related directly to South Central. 7% decrease in the hour of presence rate compared to the current contractor. A 12% increase in total cost. And new contractor provided a rate increase of the hourly rate by 75 cents. Located on the bottom is the timeline. Board authorization, obviously today with your approval. We would then activate the transition team with key personnel from Intercon who are here today, meeting with us this afternoon at 3 o'clock. During that post-award conference, where we will set guidelines for expectations and the transition. Tomorrow, we will have the actual transition kickoff meeting with our program managers and project managers. We want to focus on high incumbent captures of solid performing personnel with institutional knowledge. This will be key and a major part of this transition. We have assigned a project management team comprised of Angie DeVore and Rosalia Castro to support the coordination and logistics. Valley Metro Security Manager Don Schneidmiller will be point of contact for the department and the transition connection between the contractor, accomplishments, and any challenges. I will provide a regular touch points updates to my CEO and stakeholders on milestone activities, transition between current and new contractor, and address any issues immediately. Key components of this transition. Allied Universal, the professionals they are, have agreed to cooperate and support these activities. Communication is key and will be key to frontline personnel and throughout, as well as the incumbent capture. We do have a message already prepared in cooperation with Intercon that we will put out this afternoon. This will go to all field personnel. Challenges are expected. However, we are confident of our transition timeline and team and plan to resolve any issues effectively with transparent and timely communication between Valley Metro, Intercon, and Allied. This concludes my presentation. Before reading the recommendation or having it read by the chair, we'd open it up to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, any board members have any questions? Council member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How are the 4 one-year extensions? Would they show up on a future consent agenda, or how would the extensions be handled?
Thank you, Councilmember Tolmachov, Mr. Chair, for your question. And this is also going to be the subject of some of our procurement conversation in the board retreat. We would seek board approval for the entirety of the contract. It is our intention that with this contract, as well as any contract, to bring back exercise of those option years well in advance of the date at which we would need to exercise them, with an analysis and staff recommendation based on contract performance and continued and anticipated business need for the good or service. So that is to say, what does that actually look like? That's to say we would come back to this board typically about 1.5 years before we would anticipate executing an option year on a contract, with an assessment of how the contract is performing, as well as projections for our continued business need and security. For us, that would mean how much hours of service are we going to need? Will we see an increase, for instance, when we open Capital Extension or next light rail expansion project, or sometimes there might be a decrease in a need for a better service, and we might recommend either changing the scope or reprocuring. So that would be an open conversation with both the board. It would be preceded by dialogue and collaboration with our member city staff.
Prior to the extension being executed.
Yes, Council Kane.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Go ahead, Councilmember Pastor.
I have a follow-up on that. So you'll bring it back a year? Did I hear that correctly?
It would be about a year and a half before we would need to actually exercise the option. And the reason we would do that far enough in advance, it is in the event that the chosen action is to re-procure the given
Okay.
contract. That gives us, it takes right now 8 to 10 months to actually conduct a procurement. And so we really have to decide to release a new RFP or to exercise a contract extension
Okay.
1 year in advance.
And when we exercise a contract extension, it comes to the board and we vote on it?
I think, Councilmember, we're going to be talking about some of that in the
Yeah.
retreat.
No, I know, but
Sometimes.
what is the practice currently?
Yeah, so sometimes on some of our contracts, the board has authorized the full contract extension, and that's the contract authority. There are actually 2 board actions that are required for a contract. One is the contract authority, and then one is the budget authority. The budget authority is typically awarded through the annual budget process, unless we're asking for an increase in budgetary authority because of an increased need in service, or as we've had lately with some of our design and construction contracts, a shift in which fiscal year the funds are going to be expended. So it's a 2-part process, and the board has 2 bites at the apple, if you will, on the contract vehicle and on the budget.
Okay, I'm gonna break this down because in my head, I have 2 different worlds going on. I have the city world and the practice here. Contract authority comes to us. We say, yes, we agree in the staff recommendation on the contract authority. And in that authority, we give a set amount of what can be spent. Within that contract authority, with the amount that we allocate, does the extension piece come back to us to say, yes, we would like to extend this contract? Or does staff make that authority?
In this authority today, on the award to Intercon, we're asking for contract authority on the full scope of the contract. We will, and we have in practice, always come back to the board to request approval to execute those option years. I don't know the practices of every one of our member communities.
Right.
I do know in City of Phoenix, typically council is approving the full scope of the contract, and those opportunities to exercise option years don't go back to council. I want to differentiate. We are coming back to the board
That's
here.
what I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's
And then-
it's a little bit, it's a little bit of an extra step, but again, we've been listening to board feedback and to member community feedback. And I think it's important that we move through this defined process, again, of evaluating performance and business need and making a decision together and making that decision transparently.
Okay, and then you come back when there's a need for additional dollars. Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Buckman.
Thank you, Chair. So I think what might be helpful, and what may be missing here, I didn't see it anyways, is the contract itself. So typically, I don't sign off on something that I have not, or approve the sign off, that I've not actually gone through myself, because I think we owe the due diligence of that to our constituents, that we have a reasonable and equitable and a win-win for our constituents, for the board, and for the vendor that is chosen. So I think that might answer some of those questions, because I'm sure that language is in there anyways and would tell us. I have no problem seeing a contract. Everything looks good, looks smart, giving authority for the efficiency sake of moving. You show that they performed well, moving forward with the next year, 2, 3, 4, as staff without approval. But I really would, I think in the future, like to see the contract added into the document.
Thank you, Councilmember Buckland, Mr. Chair, members of the board. We can certainly provide draft contracts as we don't have contracts. The authorization that we're seeking for this contract today, which is like the authorization we're seeking to enter into other contracts, it is the board who delegates the authority to the CEO, and then I sign the contract. And we'll discuss some of the mechanics of this, but to answer your question, we would be more than happy to share the draft contract with the board. When we are, and I'll have to work with staff on this, I'm not sure those draft contracts are ready when we begin the cycle, because remember, we're going to our Regional Transportation Advisory Group, that's city staff, well in a month, at least a month in advance of bringing that to the board, but we could at least include frameworks of that contract.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much. I don't expect a signed contract, obviously, but just what it's going to look like upon signature would be awesome. That helps us make better decisions, smarter decisions, I think.
Absolutely, and it might also be helpful to include the scope of work,
Definitely.
which the contract itself, there's a lot of important legal language in there, but the scope itself is also telling. So if it pleases you, council member, we could include that.
All right, awesome. Any more commentary? Councilmember White?
I move that we accept a one-year contract with four-year options to extend a primary award to Intercon Security Systems, Inc., and a second award to Universal Protection Services, LP, for fair inspection and security services with an aggregate value of $105,427,000.
Second.
Pastor.
Doesn't matter.
Who had a vice mayor? Oh, vice mayor. Okay. All right, there's a motion, there's a second. Any more discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, everyone says aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Only for having not seen the contract,
Okay,
draft.
one dissent. And the ayes have it with one dissent, Councilmember Buckland. Moving on to the next one is item seven. Travels and expenditures. If there's any questions or concerns, this is for information only. I don't believe there's any. All right, doesn't seem like there's any. Moving on to item number 8. Report on any current events, suggested future items. If there's anyone on the committee that wants to, now is your time to tell us about some of the amazing events that you guys may have going on, or if any suggested future items. All right, seeing there's none, we'll go to number 9. The next meeting of the joint board is scheduled for Thursday, April 17, 2025 at 11:15 a.m. All right. All right, Laura. Okay. All right, we're gonna open up the next meeting. Nope, not you, not yet. So now we're gonna convene the Valley Metro Board of Directors for Thursday, March 20, 2025. This meeting, I wanna welcome all the members to this March meeting. The consent agenda is presented for action and ask for the committee if there's any questions or if there are any items that needs to be pulled for a separate discussion. I'm gonna request a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda items 1A and 1B.
I move we approve consent agenda.
Second.
All right, I love this. We got multiple seconds. Who do you want to record, Pat? You wanna? Okay. Why? Second, let's Vice Mayor. All right. Thank you. All right. There's been a motion in a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Those that's opposed say nay. All right. The ayes have it. Moving on to item number 2. I'm going to allow our CEO to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The item before you is an item that's continued from last month, the RPTA fiscal year 2025 mid-year budget adjustment. Respectfully, if it pleases the board, I wish to recommend that we continue this item. We began this item, the mid-year budget adjustment, in December of 2024. Anytime we anticipate that in a specific line item, we would exceed our budget, we would come back to the board for a mid-year budget adjustment. As we sit here today in March, I believe that we can reduce the budget adjustment authority that we're requesting from $1.9 million to a lesser amount for two reasons. Number one, the paratransit item, which is the single largest item, I want to address that separately in a moment. We believe we can bring that cost down just a little bit. We are also closer to having an understanding of our budget versus actual performance of the overall RPTA budget. When we come back in April, if the board chooses to revisit this item in April, we will have 3/4 of the fiscal year of data behind us. And I would rather get closer to the actual amount. We actually bill our member communities on a monthly basis relative to our budget. We true up at the end of the year so that we adjust billing so that actual billing reflected actual, but rather than asking for money we might not spend, I think it's prudent to skinny that down a little bit. We've also been having very detailed conversations with our member communities and board members about paratransit. As well, we are engaged in performance improvement plans with our paratransit contractors. I'd like to come back to this board at a future date to discuss contracting, including possibly reprocuring this paratransit contract down the road. Be happy to answer any questions or take direction from the board on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jessica. As one of the cities, I just want to thank you for your openness and your teams being able to answer the questions that the city of Peoria had. There were numerous questions, and I believe that most of those were answered. I know there's still some sharpening of the pencils that need to be done, and I look forward to having it brought back to us with some final numbers.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilmember.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pastor.
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
Oh, no, we don't need to.
Oh, go ahead. Okay. No, we don't have to do a motion. No, I want to thank the Valley Metro team. I know that when we discussed this at the last meeting, there was a lot of new activity, new board members coming on board. And I thought it would only been responsible for me as the chair to allow the opportunity that the new board members that's representing all these amazing cities across the valley to have the opportunity to sit down and talk with staff. And I think many of I think the last direction I had gave was for each of the board members to work with Valley Metro. And I gave that direction to you as well, Jessica, to work with the cities to allow them to help them understand. And thank you for staying in contact with me throughout the process and making sure that each city, whatever information they needed, you provided, your team worked with them actively. And that's one thing I really appreciate about Valley Metro and your team is that you're here to help serve. You know, we want to make sure that things are being taken care of. There's new requests for things to be added. I appreciate your activity and your willingness, and thank you, Councilmember Edwards, for that. Those compliments, because that's what we're doing here. We're working together to provide transportation for everybody. And I think you're doing a really good job. So thank you so much. So at this time, there's no motion that's needed for this. We'll move, if there's not any more comments about this particular item, we'll just move on to the next one. Okay. Seeing that there's no further comments about this, we'll go to, actually, I don't think there's going to be.
We had the executive session in case it was needed today, but we don't need it today.
That's what I was thinking. So good job. Good job, everyone. I will move to item number 5 for the annual comprehensive financial report and single audit reporting package is being presented for information. Only formal action on this item is to be taken at the next meeting and the finance subcommittee. So if there's any questions regarding this item, speak now, forever hold your peace.
Wait, I think he has a presentation for us.
Is there a presentation coming? All right, there is. Okay.
I don't believe there's a presentation on this
Okay.
item, but Mr. Kessler, our Chief Financial Officer, is prepared to answer any questions you may have regarding the comprehensive financial report or ACFR and our audit and reporting package.
All right, anybody from the committee would like to? Okay, go ahead, Councilmember White.
Again, I just want to provide some commendations. I think it's important that We acknowledge the fact that the Government Finance Officers Association has given a certificate for excellence in reporting each year. So it's impactful. This is a pretty big agency. A lot of money flows through this agency, and you are a great steward of that, Mr. Kessler. Thank you so much for your oversight and leadership.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, yeah, thanks for that comment. I do want to acknowledge and really give credit where credit's due. The folks who do the hard work in putting this all together. It's quite a lengthy process after the end of each fiscal year. And our accounting team, led by our controller, Michael Matthews, as well as Melissa Gaines, who's very instrumental in putting together the financial statements and the single audit report package, and other folks throughout the organization who contribute to some documentation requests. These audits are pretty extensive, and so a number of folks are involved throughout the organization, and especially our accounting team, who do a great job every year putting this together.
All right, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Kessler, and thank you for all your hard work, and send your team our kudos. We appreciate them.
Absolutely.
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next item, number 6. I'm going to Valley Metro RPTA fiscal year 2026, FY26. I'm going to send this over to our CEO to introduce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and Mr. Kessler is going to hang with us through this item. And the purpose of the presentation today, it is information only, and this is part of our march through the draft FY26 budget process. Today's presentation presents what we call continuing commitments and underlying assumptions for the budget. So this is a high-level overview on what we anticipate spending in our base budget. The base budget is really driven by level of service delivered. In a separate item next month, we'll be reviewing new initiatives. This was reviewed with city staff, by the way, earlier this week on the 18th with the financial working group and combined RTAG, Regional Transportation Advisory Group, which is made up of your city staff. So they preview this before it actually comes to the board. One note about the FY26 budget I want to make, and this will be resonant for board members who have been with us through multiple cycles, but relevant for our new board members as well. In the past, we have historically operated with some pretty significant budget underruns, right? And we're asking for cities to budget those amounts at the onset of the fiscal year. And then again, we're billing to that every month. So there might be a true up or a refund back to the city at the end of the fiscal year if we have an underrun. I have challenged our staff and our finance team, and they have answered this call to look very closely at our past expenditures against budgets or budget to actual, and in detail provide a little bit greater rigor in the forecast for our initiatives moving forward. As a result, I expect that we're going to be running closer to our actual budget relative to our expenses. So we've got narrow margins. That doesn't give us a lot of buffer, but I think it is important, especially now as many of our member communities are facing financial constraints due to things like the removal of the residential rental tax and a little bit of slowing in some of our revenue streams. So I say that to say this is a skinny down version of the budget, but now I'll defer to Mr. Kessler to walk us through the underlying assumptions. For those of you who are new to us, we go deeper into the budget process each month as we progress on. So this is high level. You're going to see more detail next month. Mr. Kessler.
Thank you, Jessica. Mr. Chair, members of the board, yeah, I'm going to provide a overview of the budget, kind of a high level look at the proposed budget for FY26. In previous months, we did give you some of the very high level narrative assumptions. And so this kind of gets a little more into the numbers. This is a presentation that was provided last month to both Financial Working Group and RTAG. And as Jessica mentioned, we went into more details of the budget just earlier this week. And that same detailed process, as Jessica mentioned, we'll be going through to TMC, RMC, and AFS and the full board in the April cycle. So first, just want to start with a look at bus operations. FY26 forecasted budget to be about $138.9 million with forecasted fare revenues at about $4.7 million. We're forecasting fare revenues rather conservatively. We're still waiting for some data with the new fare collection system that came on board, really only fully operational for the last few months. So we don't have a lot of robust data yet. So we're sorting through that, and we'll be refining these numbers as we go forward and get more data on the new fare system. And in terms of paratransit operations for FY26, a little under $27 million budget with $1.1 million in fair revenues forecasted. Do want to note, you can see here the year-over-year decrease from 25 to 26 in the gross operating costs. That's mostly due to about a $1 million estimated cost in the current year budget for some software that we actually determined is better suited for the capital budget. So that'll be in, and it's the procurement of that is actually going to happen early in next fiscal year. So that budget for that approximately $1 million for that software will happen in the capital budget in FY26. So the operating budget is a little lower next year. And then on the Ride Choice program, we still continue to see growth in this program, increased demand, increased trips. So next year's budget is forecasted to be $16.4 million with about $1.3 million in forecasted revenues. So just want to show the overall operating capital budget in terms of the use of funds. You can see here that passenger services is the majority of that, as well as VMR capital program, and that's basically pass through of public transportation funds to VMR for the capital program on the rail side. And on the sources that support the operating and capital budget, here the public transportation funds and member city contributions are the largest components that support the operating and capital overall program. And now looking at the use of funds and the operating budget specifically by program here, we see fixed route operations and demand services are, of course, the two largest programs within the operating budget at about $170 million and $63 million respectively. Total operating budget for FY26, $279.4 million, just a slight increase over the current year. There's some, and we get into details next month with this body. You'll see some of the increases in inflationary items and contract rate increases, and a big part of why this budget has stayed flat is, like Jessica mentioned, we looked at some of the base budget items, really drilled down and kind of brought the base budget down before we added some of those inflationary items in based on contracts and so forth. And then as well, Phoenix is pulling back on what they fund in terms of their operations with PTF. A fair amount. They increased their allocation of use of PTF funds over the last couple of years as we're heading into the end of Prop 400. And as we get into the end of Prop 400, they've pulled that back to what was forecasted to be funded by PTF in the 2019 TLCP. And then on the sources for the operating budget, again, public transportation funds being the primary funding source, along with member city contributions, federal funds and fares being those major categories that support our operating program. Now looking at the capital program on the RPTA side, about a $66 million total capital budget, regional fleet and debt service being the two largest categories there of capital expenditures. Do want to note the debt service there will go away after this next fiscal year's. That's the final payment for our debt service happens in FY26, so that will be zeroed out going forward. And then on the sources that fund the capital program, again, public transportation funds and federal funds are also a very important part of funding our capital program. And then touching on pass-through funds, so this is mostly pass-throughs from RPTA to VMR. Just as a reminder, and maybe new information for some of the newer board members, all agency personnel are actually employees of RPTA. And so the costs for those folks who are providing efforts for VMR, those are in the VMR budget. They're passed through here from RPTA to VMR, reimbursed by the operating budget, basically the member city contributions on the VMR side. Then we also have lottery funds as well. We'll touch on that. Lottery funds we pass through mostly to member cities or member agencies for a variety of transit uses. And every year we pretty much get about a similar amount in lottery funds, around $11.2 million. So that's the RPTA budget. And this is just a summary of the key dates going through the budget development and approval process. And as Jessica mentioned, with the target of board of adoption of the FY26 budget in May. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
We're gonna go ahead and allow Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for the discussion, the details of this contract and with our staff. The presentation suggests a decrease in hourly contract rates. Can you explain the rationale and if true, would the savings be passed on to member cities?
Mr. Chair, Councilmember Adams, which contract rates are you specifically referring to?
I'm specifically looking at it. Let's see. It's on slide 5.
Of this presentation?
Yeah. Okay. Right, asked a little late. Sorry.
Okay, so 1, 2.
What does it say on the slide?
It's the,
It's the hourly pay is less.
Are you referring to the fair inspection and security services contract?
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. I was ahead of myself. The RPTA board agenda item 6, Valley Metro RPTA fiscal year 2026 preliminary operating and capital budget. As we begin to discuss the budget for the next fiscal year, it is important we consider some of our local funding challenges. The loss of our residential tax to the tune of $22 million has had a serious impact on our local budgets. In Tempe, we're considering freezing vacancies. And in fact, I think we're already have gone into that, and supplemental budget increases to reduce expenditures. So we're not going to have any supplementals in the next 3 years, I believe. And so it's really important that we manage the growth very carefully. This may not be the time to add additional staffing. Timing is important. I think you guys are asking for 40 more staff members. Is that correct?
No, we're not. They're in the new initiatives, which was presented to Financial Working Group and Regional Transit Advisory Group earlier this week. It did include additional staff adds, some of which are supporting capital projects. I believe that number was 21 or
21.
Yeah, 2021. We're working to respond as we can to member community feedback. But regarding the hourly rates on the contract, I want to point to what's numbered slide 7 in this particular presentation for RPTA and uses of funds operating. I want to note that our RPTA operating budget number just for operations in FY25 current fiscal year is $279.0 million. And the proposed FY26 is $279.4 for a net increase of $400,000 or 0.1%. And so going back to my comments earlier, I do want to indicate to this board and to our member communities that we are working to exercise tremendous restraint when it comes to increasing the operating budget. None of our operating contracts, which include programs like bus, van, light rail operators, paratransit operators, the security contract that with your approval in the last meeting will not execute, none of those include reductions in wage rates. I do want to make that clear in case I was hearing something about wage rates for our contractors or team members. We do look forward to having a discussion with the board next month on the detailed initiatives. And I think it might be appropriate for us to respond there since that information is not included in the presentation today.
Sure, I'm fine with that.
And that also gives us a little bit of time to respond to the feedback that we received from Financial Working Group and RTAG earlier this week. Part of this progressive process and moving through staff and then up to the board gives us time to hear feedback from your staffs and respond and then make adjustments as necessary when we bring it to the board.
I guess we're just having a hard time with, we're not adding any digital employees for at least a year. I think it'll probably be 3 years. And you guys want 21 more employees. So it's just when we're at that kind of restrictions, and it was made very clear to us last week when we were in Washington, DC, that we were not going to get more money. No more federal funding. So I just want to make people aware that that was really bad news. And like our streetcar, for example, that we're trying to extend, that's out of the picture now. So it was a very disturbing week on Capitol Hill, and I'm sure some of my members that were there can attest to that. So I want us to have a plan B. If they cut our federal funding, what are we gonna do? So that concludes what I need to say, I guess.
Thank you, council member.
Yeah.
Did you want to add to what she?
I do want to add to what she said. I think it is important that, sorry, I think it is important that we do have a plan just in case federal funding is cut because that's all.
We're going to talk about that in the retreat.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So can you help me, Mr. Kessler, understand slide number 2 on baseline RPT operations? So we're forecasting about 1,500 more passenger boardings, but we're forecasting a decrease in revenue and a decrease in fare recovery. So can you help me understand that?
Yeah, well, on the boardings, those are forecasts that come from planning in terms of where they see boardings happening currently. So that's kind of independent. The revenues, although typically are tied to the boardings, from finance, we wanted to be a little more conservative because we have the new fare collection system and we really don't have much useful data yet for that. The transition process has included exchanging and credits for a variety of organizational customers like our retail network that are no longer participating in the new retail network. So a lot of Phoenix has had to provide a lot of refunds there, some credits and exchanges for some of those organizational customers that do provide like fares to their employees or clients and things like that. And so a lot of exchanges of the old fare media for credits to buy new fares in the future. And so we're hopeful that as we near Q4 of this fiscal year, get into Q4 of this fiscal year, we'll have a little more data on where our revenues are actually at, net of all these credits and exchanges and all these things that are part of the transition from the old fare system to the new, and perhaps give us a better idea of what we can expect for next year. We want to be more conservative because we use these numbers to determine IGA amounts and how much we're going to bill member cities for their member contributions. We didn't want to be overly aggressive or not conservative enough, if you will, on those fare revenues, because then that leaves a potential we're going to have to bill member cities for more at the end of the year if we overshoot on the revenues.
Good thing.
Right. So we prefer to be a little conservative on the revenues and, send a refund at the end of the year when we do that annual
Very
reconciliation.
good. That makes sense. I mean, but when you look at it, it's a little startling. I
Right.
think how is that possible? But the explanation makes
Yeah,
sense.
no, I would agree. And that was my gut reaction too when I first saw this information as well. But, we worked through it and clarified exactly what's going on.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Any more comments from the board? Any more questions? Okay. All right. Awesome. Thank you, Ms.
Question.
Okay. Question. Oh, you good to go? Okay. Everyone good to go? All right. All right. Mr. Kessler, thank you so much for your time and thank you for doing a good job.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next item. Item number 7. I wanted to make sure that I didn't say this in the last meeting, but I want to make sure that we have it. If Jessica, if you can work with Michael to work with with Councilmember Buckland, because he specifically wanted to look at the contracts and stuff like that. So if you can work with him on that, that would be great. And as many questions or concerns or as many contracts he wants to look at to help him out. Is that?
Yes, Mr. Chair and Councilmember Buckland, I think what we can do moving forward, including providing via email the content requested today, which was on the Fare Inspection Security Services contract, I think it might be prudent, and Pat and I have been conferring here on the side, is to include a draft contract and scope of work in the board packet moving forward, if that pleases us in the board.
Okay. Everyone's shaking
Yeah,
their
we
head
have it.
yes.
We're happy to do that.
Go ahead and make that change, Mr. Buckland. Councilman Buckland. All right, so moving forward, I don't know, can I just make the statement, Michael, or okay. Well, you have the direction, let's move forward. That way everyone can have the information that's needed. Was there anything else? I don't think there was. Okay, all right, with that being said, any more future items, suggestions, or anything like that? Okay, awesome. All right, we're gonna go ahead and the next meeting is for Thursday, April 17, 2025 at 11:15 a.m. This concludes our meeting. We're gonna take a 5-minute break, or we're moving right into you.
Can I move in? Can all the other cities go get their lunch?
Yeah.
While I move into this one?
Yes.
Okay. I am running the rail board or the rail board. So those that are not part of rail can Go enjoy. No, I'll be okay. All right, I'm going to convene the meeting and welcome members to the March meeting. Item number 1 is the minutes. Minutes from the February 20th to 2025 board meeting are presented for approval. I request a motion and a second to approve the February 5th, 2025 RMC meeting minutes.
Motion.
I have a motion from Councilmember O.D. Harris and a second from Vice Mayor Jennifer Adams. Did I? Yeah, okay. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
none? Any just, okay, the ayes carry it. Item number 2, fiscal year 2024 Valley Metro Rail Annual Comprehensive Financial Report and Single Audit Reporting Package. The annual comprehensive financial report and single audit reporting package is being presented for information. Formal action was taken at the March 6, 2025 Audit and Finance Subcommittee meeting. Are there any questions regarding this item? There are no questions. Thank you for all your work.
Again, reiterate my kudos to my team and the staff throughout the organization for all the hard work.
Thank you. All right, item number 3, Valley Metro Rail fiscal year 2026 preliminary operating capital budget. Miss Jessica Mefford-Millard, could you please introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to just hand it over to Mr. Kessler, Chief Financial Officer, to present the draft, again, preliminary operating and capital budget for Valley Metro Rail. Mr. Kessler.
Thank you, Jessica. Madam Chair, members of the board. Again, a high-level overview of the VMR budget for FY26. Here showing the light rail operations projecting about $106.8 million budget for gross operating costs. Fair revenues, again, conservatively forecasted at about $6.8 million for next fiscal year. On streetcar operations, we've got a $8.3 million budget for FY26 and about $254,000 estimated for fare revenues, with the fare revenue collection slated to be launched this summer as we move into the new fiscal year. And then on the capital side, use of funds, project development, I-10 West, as that preliminary, those efforts ramp up, as well as Rio East Dobson, making up a couple of the major components of our future project development budget at about $21.8 million for FY26. And then looking at a graphical view of the total operating and capital uses for FY26, pretty much split for VMR between almost 50% passenger services and almost 50% on the capital side. Again, with VMR, a growing organization, building out the system, still a very capital intensive program for the agency. And the sources that support the operating and capital programs, again, federal funds and public transportation funds, a very big important part of that, as well as member city contributions. And on the operating side for the use of funds, looking at the various programs within VMR, light rail at about a $106.9 million budget for FY26. Much of the increase year over year is due to the full year of operations of South Central. And then we have streetcar operations and maintenance and security at about an overall $0.9 million increase year over year at $8.3 million, and then agency operating at about $3.7 million. And looking at the sources that support the operating program for VMR, again, member city contributions being the lion's share, along with fare revenues that support the
We
program.
have a question on the slide 55.
Yes.
There.
So, okay, I have a question. With rail costs almost entirely locally funded, we're concerned about the projected growth. The proposed 51% increase to streetcar security costs is not a cost that that Tempe can reasonably absorb. So I want to make sure everyone was aware of that. And also, I was informed in Washington that our streetcar extension will not happen in the near future because of budget cuts. But I just want to throw that out. That's a huge increase, 51% for a streetcar.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chair, Councilmember Adams, we have been engaging in conversations with your staff several times over the last couple of weeks, and as most recently as this morning. We've worked on looking at those numbers. We've actually brought the streetcar security down about $100,000 at this point. And we're continuing to look at that and help with your city staff in terms of where we're at. And so we had a good conversation with your staff this morning.
Okay, so are we thinking that it's going to be less than that then?
Well, there would be options, I mean, that would have to be considered to bring it down, in terms of things like, you know, the hours of presence on the streetcar system and things like that. That would be the most impactful to bringing down that security budget.
Okay, well, no extension will bring it down. You know, because then we wanted to go down Rio Salado all the way to Sloan Park in Mesa. I don't know, we had that plans approved for that, and now I think we don't have any money.
Yeah, and this is specifically for the 3-mile
Yeah.
Tempe alignment right today, yeah.
Exactly.
Can I ask a question on this? So in the streetcar security, could we just stay at a flat at 1.0?
Well, to do that, a couple things. We would probably need to look at service levels to bring that down. Would be the most impactful way to do that. Otherwise, the only way to do that would be to shift costs to the light rail, you know, and not allocate the appropriate amount to streetcar, and that would be additional cost for Phoenix and Mesa, as well as some of that to Tempe on the light rail side.
Okay. So I guess what I'm hearing from my sister city is that there's a possibility of not being able to pay for those additional dollars. So there has to come up with some solution, or we stay 1.0.
So I've asked our team to work with City of Tempe staff to really try and separate that which is, I'll call it inflationary growth. So the actual contract, including the contract that we just approved, and then give options for different levels of service so that we could bring that down. So streetcar security, this includes primarily hours of presence on the streetcar system, plus a small share of the streetcar's portion of security at our operations and maintenance center, which supports our 3 miles and 14 stations of streetcar and our today 30 miles of light rail and 38 stations soon, of course, in FY26 to grow. And then more of that OM's operations and maintenance center shifts to Phoenix as the South Central extension, which is entirely within Phoenix open. So I say that to say we've got some savings which are not reflected in this slide, which shows the 51% increase. Mr. Kessler, it would be helpful, I think, if we can just, I know there's we produce one packet, we share that with our TAG and TMC RMC, and then we share it with the board. When we come back, I'd like to bring this revised number that we've already arrived at, and perhaps it will be revised further still, should City of Tempe choose a lower level of presence across streetcar, so that we can bring that in line with budgetary expectations. So
thank you.
It's Mr. Kessler, Ms. Ruiz, and Tempe staff who are working through that now.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, moving on. So the sources that support the operating budget for VMR, mostly member city contributions with fares and a little bit of federal funds for preventive maintenance funding and some advertising revenues. Now in the capital program for VMR, about $114 million capital program for FY26. Really a big change there is South Central ramping down, so that number coming down significantly to really just some of those trailing costs for that project. And then capital extension ramping up a bit into FY26, as well as some additional needs on state of good repair as their system continues to age. And the sources that support our capital program, largely federal and public transportation funds that support the capital program. And I think for this one, I think we got the arrow on the wrong date. We're actually in March as was shown on the RPTA slide. That concludes my presentation. Happy to take any additional questions.
Any additional questions? Thank you for the information. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Item number 4 is report on current events and suggested future items, agenda items. Anybody have any current events, suggested future items? I guess the streetcar, but that will be part of the presentation. Item number 5, next meeting. The next RMC meeting is Thursday, April 17th, 2025 at 11:15. We will take a 20-minute break and then head into the retreat portion of today's meeting. Thank you.
We're gonna go in at 11:50. We'll do 11:50. Yeah, I think we're saying it here, right, Pat? Okay, so 11:50, we'll re-adjourn.
Thank you. State of the city, I have to get some friends.
Oh, when did your state of the city?
It's on Thursday, April 10th.
Oh, send me that.
I can do that. Please, let Jennifer's picking up her phone begrudgingly. What time is it? It's at 6 p.m. It's at Australia Mountain Community College. I only get to invite 5 people. Yeah. Are you gonna come? You're not coming? Right, you have a real life. Family. Oh, yes. Yes, you do have a real job.
I'm getting close to it. Close. April 7th?
April 10th. April 10th is Thursday.
So.
April 10th at, I'm sorry, 5 p.m. 5 p.m. Australia Mountain Community College. You know, I'm only asking because I need you. Okay, so I have council member Jennifer Adams. Jennifer, what's your email?
Jennifer_Adams.
Yeah. Okay, JENNIFER_ABAMS@tempe.gov. And they'll send an invite. That's the reason why I'm just making sure I'm checking with you guys. Australia Mountain Community College. Dysart. Closer to Booth than Avondale, actually. Okay. Vice Mayor Tomahawk, what's your email?
Lauren.
What's your email address? I don't know.
Just text it to me, all right.
No, I have to, it's professional and such. The city's gonna send
All right,
you a full.
L Tomahawk.
Okay.
You know how to spell my name?
TOLMACHOFF?
Yep, L Tomahawk at glendaleaz.com.
At Glendale.
AZ. We're switching finally to .gov. I've been bugging them for years.
.gov?
No, it's .com.
.com right now. Okay.
Because of the way we're running.
Never able to get a drink.
I know. I didn't really see you there.
I was there.
I was really busy this time.
I was too. I lied.
Me too. I missed seeing Greg Stanton with you guys.
Oh, right.
Because I was done. I was just done. I couldn't do it. I was tired.
Oh, I couldn't believe you actually went.
I don't even know why I did it. I was just traumatizing myself for no reason.
Were you?
Needy, I needed attention. Oh, no.
I got invited to participate in a focus group,
Mm-hmm.
which was really interesting. There was some very heated discussions in there.
Yes.
Mine's on too.
Yes.
Oh,
We were listening.
We can hear.
This is the busiest I've ever been.
we were talking about our travels and I was asking for your emails and then talking about how I need friends.
Oh, yeah.
I do need friends. Where should I lie?
Here for you.
No, I'm joking. Okay, so I haven't, well, you just told the whole world your email address. You guys. That's okay. It's public.
I just cleaned up, that we could take that.
Yeah, and we were busy.
Just bring it through.
I don't care.
Oh, no, I just.
You know what I mean? Okay.
I'll find it and send it to you.
Yeah, you gotta go back.
I know. I know.
Yeah, I really never, I only saw you like just one time, Jennifer.
I know, I had a friend from Utah was there. I hadn't seen in 40 years.
Oh, really?
Yes, I caught up with her.
Can't say it, we're on the mic.
I've done that for before.
No.
Way back.
Oh, I thought you meant like the second one, like right now.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, so we were glad to catch up. It was nice. And then I had a lot of meetings. I just had a lot of meetings.
Yeah, I was for a little.
That's when he came over here and stopped me. Oh, that mic is on.
All right, this is the 30-second warning, everyone. The 30-second warning. Or the 1-minute warning. All right, welcome to the board retreat agenda and meeting for Valley Metro RPTA, Valley Metro Rail Board of Directors retreat for Thursday, March 20th, 2025. I welcome the board members that are here and as well as those that are on WebEx. So at this time, I want to thank everyone for coming today. Today, we're going to have a great conversation. Staff have already put together some key things that we wanted to make sure that we're able to address, but also it's an opportunity for the board to kind of get involved and suggest new things that we can do together as a team and work with staff on how we can make Valley Metro the greatest transportation region ever. And so I wanted to allow staff to, they have some items that they're going to bring forward. We're going to meet some really cool people. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to the CEO as we begin this retreat. And thank you to all the members that's here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I am delighted to begin our 2025 retreat session. We have a fair amount of content for you today. Some of it we're going to move rather quickly through, but I thought it would be of interest, especially given that we have 8 new board members of our 19-member board in 2025. Some of it is old hat for many of you, depending on how long you've been in office and how long you've served on the Valley Metro board. But we've assembled part of our team to give you presentations on board governance and structure to reintroduce some of that staff and committee structure that I've referenced several times today, and I realize we might be leaving some board members behind when I'm talking about RTAG or TMC or throwing out any number of our acronym soup committees that we work through. So we'll map that out for you. We're also going to talk a little bit about budget, how we're funded at the local and federal level and at the regional level. I think that's really important, especially now, because we've got a lot of changes. We have a new regional transportation sales tax, thanks to the passage of 479. We also have a number of changes happening at the federal level, which were alluded to in earlier discussion. So we're going to walk through some of that. I'm going to give you a very quick overview of some highlights from our FY25 strategic plan progress. The strategic plan is in your board packet for members for whom that is new content. But really the meat and potatoes, to borrow one of your term, Councilmember Dorsey, of the meeting is talking about procurement. We have heard direction from board as well as for city staff. So Jonathan Thatcher, our Director of Contracts and Procurement, is going to provide a brief procurement backdrop presentation. We'll share some of our thoughts and recommendations on what we can do to be more responsive to board feedback regarding procurement. And we're really looking on any of these items today for your feedback and direction. This is an opportunity for us to have organic conversations about some of the many very important and pressing topics before us. We have some discussion slides embedded throughout the presentation where we want to deliberately pause, but I want to invite you at any point to chime in and offer direction, suggestions, or ask a question. So with that, I'm going to kick it off by handing it over to Michael Waro, Valley Metro team. I'll ask that you introduce yourself for our new board members before you speak. Mr. Waro. Thank you. We're going to be informal and sit at the table with all of you if you don't mind. Yes.
Okay, so if we could get that slide. I have one slide. So Jessica reminded me on the way down that legal's presentation should be quick and painless. So she took all the fun out of it. We're going to keep it to one slide in just a couple of minutes here. But the things that I wanted to point out today really just go back to the public trust. We all have to remind ourselves every once in a while that we chose to be public servants, and that's a choice, and it's a high and honorable calling. And so most of the things, all of the things that I talk about today should come naturally to you already because you've made that choice to be a public servant. But what we're talking about is the public trust. And it won't be anything new, won't be anything controversial. But I talked to all of your city attorneys and they told me to tell you that you should pay attention for a couple of minutes because this is the stuff that keeps us out of jail. So first of all, since it's just going to be a little bit of a review, we're going to talk about conflict of interest. So class is in session now, and I'll take a volunteer because you've all done this before. Can anyone tell us what a conflict of interest is? A volunteer? Come on, who's the star pupil? Yes.
If I have a business and I apply for that, as I sit and vote, that's a conflict of interest, or any family relative or anything else.
That's perfect.
Thing that I get a financial benefit.
Thank you. So because we chose to be a public servant, when we do the public's business, it should benefit the public and not us as electeds. And you all know that. Quick definition so that I get CLE credit for this. The law holds that if you or a close relative has a substantial interest in any contract, sale, purchase, or service in any decision of the board, you must make that interest known in the official records of the board and not vote or otherwise participate in the contract, sale, purchase, or decision. So simple two-step process. If you believe that you have a conflict, you declare it. And then when the board goes to address it, you get up and you go get a cookie for a minute. You come back out when the action is done and we can move on with the meeting. We're going to make it easier for everyone this year. You'll be getting an email from me in the next couple of days that has a form that you can declare any of your potential conflicts. We can discuss those. If you have any questions about that, you can send that back and we'll do that on an annual basis. If you have a conflict because of a new association that arises during your service here on the board, you can let us know that and we'll include that into the list. Or if you figure out during a board meeting sometime that something has come up, just raise it and let the chair, get the chair's attention, let them know, and we'll take care of it at that time. Any questions on conflicts? Quick and easy. Okay.
Michael, can we have that as well? Send the form out, but also you'll also have a copy of a form just in case a board member forgets to do it and say, hey, I got this conflict. And then my other question would be, should that be a part of what the chair asks, any conflicts of interest or anyone? Should I include that as a part of my, or what do you think?
We'll always have that available. We'll always make it a part of the record. I don't think that you have to raise it every time that we bring up an agenda item.
Okay, thank you.
So next we're going to move on to open meeting laws. Is anyone on the board a baseball fan? Baseball fan? I'm a baseball fan. We're just getting through spring training. I coached my son's baseball team for most of his growing up years, and that means he'll be in therapy for a number of years after that. But one of my favorite things in baseball, especially with the little leaguers, is to watch them learn how to take the signs from the coach and watching the coaches make the hand signs to these little leaguers. So I'm going to give you a couple of hand signs today as we go through these two open meeting laws concepts. The first one is when we're talking about agendas, and the hand sign is this: when the chair or I goes to reach for the microphone, you know what's coming. So you might be in the most beautiful, you might be 10 minutes into the best oratory of your life and you see us going for this signal here. It's usually not to let you know that you are that we've been moved to tears. It's usually to let you know that we need to get back on track for the agenda. So the Arizona law says that we have to agendize our meetings, that we have to stick to the agenda, and we're given a little bit of leeway, but it's really narrowly construed. And so we just need to make sure that we stick with the agenda. So for CLE credit, the law says the public body may discuss, consider, or decide only those matters listed on the agenda and other matters related thereto. The clause provides some flexibility, but should be construed narrowly. All right. Lastly, the public's business must be conducted in public. Pretty simple concept. Goes again back to the public trust. Two really specific points that I want to remind you of today, which you all already know. Be careful with electronic communications, okay? So that sort of discussion, it counts for text, emails, phone calls, social media, however you want to communicate, it's still a communication. The Attorney General has said board members must ensure that the board's business is conducted at public meetings and may not use email to circumvent the open meeting law requirements. While some one-way communications from one board member to enough board members to constitute a quorum would not violate the open meeting law, one email by a member of a public body to other members of a public body that proposes legal action could constitute a violation of the OML. So be careful when you're having your emails and conducting business, and I'll trust you all to do that. The Attorney General also said public officials may not circumvent public discussion by splintering the quorum and having separate or serial discussions. Splintering the quorum can be done by meeting in person, by telephone, electronically, or through other means to discuss the topic that is or may be presented to the public body for decision. So you can't just go have a little conversation of two and a little conversation of two and a little conversation of three, because if it links together and there's a quorum, then you've discussed a matter that should have been held in the meeting.
Thank you so much, Michael. What is the number for the quorum of our board?
I think it's not.
We have 19. So you would 10. And then 2 boards. For VMR, if we go down to 3, then anything over 1 would be a quorum.
Okay. And the rail is 1 as well.
Right. Anything over 1 for rail, right?
So that leads to my next question, because we in the West Valley, we really like each other a whole lot, but we don't know each other that well. We want to make sure that we come together and just have conversations. As long as it's not agendized items, is that appropriate or inappropriate? Because we just have interests, but we don't really understand kind of how the West Valley is growing ourselves. We feel like it's impactful for us to kind of know who the players are. We've got some newer members, but we don't want to do anything that would cause concern for our ability to serve the board. It's just, we're growing and we don't really, we're trying to get our own footing.
So what comes up is in your discretion is the difference between a discussion and an action. So we shouldn't be taking anything that leads to action outside of an agendized meeting, but a discussion, as long as it's not leading towards any sort of action, is going to be up to your discretion. Now, the other point that I put up there, and it kind of leads into that, is what I call the water cooler chat, or the quorum that sneaks up on you. So you say you're a member of a five person board. So Councilmember Huey, Councilmember Louie are sitting and having, at Starbucks and having a coffee. They're having a discussion. Councilmember Dewey, we see them up at the, we see them up at the counter and say, hey, come over. A couple of things that you have to recognize is in a 5-member board, you now have a quorum, and you just have to pay attention to what you're talking about and be careful with that. Because we know if you're we hope that you're paying attention, but we know that other people are paying attention to you. And so that's that's the important thing to consider, right? And so be aware of that there are other eyes out there that are always watching you because you're always in your position of an elected. Yeah.
Earlier today, we were talking about getting together and talking about goods and services and the marketing and the budget, et cetera. And there's quite a few of us who are interested in doing that. That's talking about something that's going to be on a future agenda. Do we need to be careful? What's the maximum amount of people that we would have in that group?
So two considerations that you want to keep track of is first the quorum, right? You don't want things turning into a quorum. And the second thing is you don't want to be talking about, and I would put it in very simplistic terms, this is how I'm going to vote on this, or I want you to do this, or I want you to do that. That gets us over the line where we're taking action instead of just having a discussion. So there's a continuum there that you have to just use your judgment on. And that's it. So the hand signals go like this. If we go to reach for the microphone, either the chair, you know it's going to come. And the other one kind of goes like this, and I'm going to use this as the example for the electronic. So if I'm looking out at the board and I see a board member doing this, and 1 second later I hear another board member's phone go ding, 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 and they get under the table and they start going, I'm going to give you this thing, right? Yeah. I don't know if you're texting your spouse at that point, or we're discussing board matters. So try to keep that as discreet as possible. Turn the ringer off. Yes, please. Turn the ringer off. But if you get the on the texting, that's one way it comes up. Thank you. Any questions on? I don't want to have to take away everyone's phones. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So now I want to turn it over to Alexis Simone-Kinsey, our Chief of Policy and Government Affairs, to walk us through a little bit of Valley Metro's now 40-year-old history. I say this all of the time. We are a very young, large urban transit system. I'm at a point in life, I guess, where I think 40 is pretty young. We're still rapidly evolving, and Alexis is going to touch on some of those key milestones in our history. And when we talk about evolution of staff, even evolution of how and what we actually procure in terms of goods and services, we're going to touch on this at the end as we think about transitioning from this younger startup RPTA and then a separate Valley Metro Rail, where we were a builder of systems, where we are now a large urban entity that plans, designs, builds, operates, and maintains a multimodal regional transportation system. So Alexis.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. It's afternoon now. I'm going to fly through some of these slides, but feel free to stop me should you have any questions. I just want to make sure that you have enough time to get to the meat and potatoes of what I believe some of you all would like to talk about when we get into contracts and procurement. But this is some of the content, particularly for newer board members. You may have gone through a Valley Metro 101 with myself or Pat or Jessica or a variety of us three, just to get you a little used to kind of what you're walking into. Transit, I'm new to transit. I've been at Valley Metro for 5 years. I learn something new every day, even working here. So particularly on acronyms, because we use a lot of acronyms. I just want to make sure to give you some of a little bit of a baseline, which we provide in our Valley Metro 101 before we kind of proceed, and even give you, and we'll get into a little bit more of that 101 from finance and budget side. So this slide here in front of you is just a little bit of the history of Valley Metro. In 1985, the Regional Public Transportation Authority was established in state law when the Maricopa County voters passed Proposition 300. At the time, there wasn't a lot of money allocated in 300 to Valley Metro or to RPTA at the time. They received about a $5 million annual appropriation through 300, and this was largely to develop a regional transit plan, to find dedicated funding, a source for transit, and to really develop the operating regional transit system. In 1993, the RPTA board adopted the Valley Metro moniker as a marketing identity, and this was really done to help unify all the independently operated public transit system across the valley. We had a number of different cities who operated transit throughout the valley, and it was hard to discern ultimately who was providing what, particularly when you're going over jurisdictional boundaries. So at that point in time, the board adopted Valley Metro to unify, if anything, for the customer who's getting on a bus in a jurisdiction and going to another without kind of, blurring the lines, if you will, of who's operating what. I do also want to highlight in 2002 is when Valley Metro Rail was established as a nonprofit public corporation. It was formed and charged with the design, construction, operation of the regional high-capacity transit system. So this is why we have two boards of directors, one in particular for RPTA, which is the statutory authority in state law, and our Valley Metro Rail, specifically on the rail side, high capacity through nonprofit corporation status under state law. And then finally, I want to highlight in 2012, for efficiency sake, the two boards decided to essentially agreed through an intergovernmental agreement to have one organization to administer not only the employees of RPTA and VMR, but ultimately one organizational structure, one CEO, to not only for efficiencies, but also for continuity of service. Next slide here is just a system map. Some of you have seen this. It's hanging around this building. If you also would like one for your offices, we can certainly send you a giant one as well. This just gives you a flavor of the service that we provide under the Valley Metro umbrella. This includes the major providers, which include RPTA and the City of Phoenix bus service. In addition to that really bright blue line down the middle, that is the light rail line. It's just important to note, between Valley Metro, RPTA, and the City of Phoenix, we split about half of the service across the valley. Next slide, this is the high capacity transit corridor map. This is produced in conjunction with the Maricopa Association of Governments, as you know, is MAG, who defined this in the Regional Transportation Plan. This is also, it illustrates kind of what is in the plan for the next 20 to 30 years in terms of not only light rail, but also high capacity transit, including bus rapid transit or BRT. This here is a simplistic form or organizational chart of the Valley Metro organization. As we indicate here, there are two boards of, this is the policy making structure here at Valley Metro. As you can see, also, particularly below the blue, purple boxes, which is really the Valley Metro Board of Directors, both rail and RPTA, the two subcommittees, two standing subcommittees of the agency. There are boxes in green. These are the ad hoc working groups that operate under the CEO authorization. Really, these were established to provide your city staff an opportunity to help guide the agency, particularly because so much of the funding for regional transit comes from local sources. I want to say, I believe 70% of the money that goes into the transit service is coming from local sources. 30% comes from the regional tax. So we provide a lot of service, but we could not be able to do that without the individual contributions from each member city. So particularly in order for us to have a seamless regional service, particularly when we are going across jurisdictional boundaries, we have to work with our member jurisdictions to see how that impacts service across those jurisdictional boundaries. And we do that through a variety of monthly meetings we have with your city staff. One, as you, many of you know, is the Regional Transit Advisory Group. That's RTAG for short. This is made up of your transit managers or transit staff or public work staff, depending upon where they're housed in your city departments. They really are the technical staff that provide our staff here at Valley Metro with feedback based upon the goals and objectives of your city, what is being expected of council, et cetera, that help inform us in making sure what we even bring to the board in terms of agenda items, contracts, things of that nature. Anything really that impact financially the bottom line goes through RTAG. Intergovernmental representatives, also your intergovs are very involved at Valley Metro as they are at MAG, making sure that if there's hot button items, you're made aware. If you don't have an intergov, I'm happy to make sure that information is passed on, particularly for some of our smaller jurisdictions, to make sure that you are all aware of what's coming down the pike. We also trade information on what's happening down at the legislature, what's happening federally. This is more of your political staff in the cities getting together to talk about some of those high level issues that may come, again, meet on a monthly basis. We also go through agendas to make sure if there's any issues that didn't come up at RTAG, they have an opportunity to come up at the intergovernmental representatives meeting. Financial Working Group, this is headed by Ken and his staff to work with your city staff, whether it be your technical transit city staff, it could also be your budget staff as well, because they work out the finer details of what is in our budget, how we're splitting, particularly like say if we have a route down baseline and it covers 3 or 4 jurisdictions, who's paying for what and things of that nature. That's discussed, particularly anything budget or financial wise at Financial Working Group. Service Planning Working Group, same concept. When we're planning service across jurisdictions, we also need to make sure we're all on the same page in terms of any sort of bus line or light rail traverses multiple jurisdictions. We want to make sure that the service levels are consistent, that they don't change from one jurisdiction to the other. So we all have to work together to make that as seamless as possible. Same as Accessible Transit Partners. This is also a meeting that's held particularly with stakeholders affected by ADA paratransit, ride choice, to talk about not only ridership, the service that's on the street, things that we need to be aware of and incorporate into our paratransit plans. Key responsibility of boards, I won't go through all of this. It's also in your packet, but RPTA is the statutory recipient of the transportation excise tax revenues, which is basically Prop 400 and Prop 479 that are allocated to the public transportation fund. So when Ken talks about the public transportation fund, that's specifically the excise tax. It's the countywide tax that helps fund transit. RPTA is responsible for the operation of the regional public transportation system in state law. We work very closely with the city of Phoenix because they do provide 50% of the service on the street with regard to bus transit. So we work very closely with them in making sure that our services are seamless. And ultimately, RPTA is governed by their administrative code. It's pretty much like an ordinance. It has the effect of an ordinance. And this was also stipulated in state law when RPTA was founded to make sure that, similar to a city charter, you know the rules and responsibilities given to you by yourselves and what your governing document is. So it really acts kind of like a city charter in that regard. Valley Metro Rail, they are responsible for establishing overall policies and management of the high capacity transit system. It's similar to RPTA. Under policies and procedures established by the Valley Metro Board of Directors, the day-to-day management over the organization, whether it's RPTA or VMR, and given the intergovernmental agreements between the two boards, a lot of that day-to-day management is delegated by the boards to the CEO. Here's an interesting slide. We'll go into a little bit some of the changes that are going to come up from as we transition from Prop 400 to Prop 479. There are a couple of members, I believe, of the RPTA board that also sit at MAG's TPC. And so you may have heard versions of this as we proceed. We're working very closely with MAG on developing the next iteration of the Transit Lifecycle Program. But there's also some changes from Prop 400 to Prop 479 that were guided by state law. Some of the things I want to just highlight here for you, specifically, we know from transit, we're going from a 33.3% allocation of that half-cent sales tax to 37% to transit, of which 3.5 of the 37 can be used on the rail side specifically for what we call rehabilitation, meaning if there's a crack, it's basically to make sure our rail system stays in a state of good repair. What, just to emphasize too, the ongoing operations and maintenance of the light rail system is borne by the member cities who have active rail service. Another item that's changing from Prop 400 to Prop 479, the Valley Metro Board of Directors, when back in at the start of Prop 400, they were very active in developing a more, I want to say, plan-based approach, very static. We put lines on a map 20 years ago, not necessarily appreciating the dynamic nature of transit and the fact that no one had planned for the 2008 recession, because that kind of crept up on everyone. And ultimately, the TLCP, which is the guiding provision in state law that requires that the transit tax stays balanced in perpetuity, or basically balanced through the 20 years, that policy management of the TLCP will be shifting from Valley Metro to MAG, so that all of the life cycle programs that are guided by the 20-year tax will be housed at MAG. They currently house arterials and they house the ALCP. They also house the freeway FLCP. Transit is now going to be housed at MAG as well from a programming standpoint. MAG currently programs federal funding that comes to the region. Currently, what this does is give them the ability to make sure that all of the funds remain in balance across the 3 different life cycle programs. We will continue to work with MAG very strongly. If we were holding hands previously, we are now connected at the hip with our colleagues at MAG, because we will still be responsible for administering the TLCP here at Valley Metro. Another item that's changing that I want to highlight is funding for ADA service. Currently is provided through your jurisdictional equity. That again was a board adopted policy after the Great Recession to make sure that there was equity in terms of the monies that were being distributed for transit. Once that rebalancing happened, in Prop 479, there will no longer be jurisdictional equity. We're going from a plan-based, very static plan-based approach to a more iterative, performance-based approach to maximize our transit investment regionally, but also to create efficiencies where possible. Part of that efficiency and what we heard through plan development with MAG over the last 5 years, we heard particularly from your city managers, was that we need some sort of cost containment strategy with regard to ADA paratransit. ADA paratransit, as you know, is very demand driven, and those costs can ebb and flow depending upon that demand. And ultimately, what was attempted previously at Valley Metro, which was ultimately put into policy at MAG, was that we are going to, as a region, adhere to the strict definition of ADA paratransit service, meaning having service for ADA paratransit and ride choice within a 3/4 mile of a transit corridor. Currently, some of your cities have that definition or adopted that from a cost containment perspective, but there are other cities and towns represented here at this board who have a little bit more generous boundary, or not a boundary at all, to provide that service to your constituents. So what will be afforded through the Prop 479 revenues is very strict to that 3/4 mile. Anything beyond that is going to be have to work with not only Valley Metro and MAG to determine how much local money you may be putting in to provide service beyond that 3/4 mile. And then lastly, regional express bus services are also currently funded through jurisdictional equity. Again, Prop 479 does not have jurisdictional equity. Therefore, working with MAG during plan development, it was decided that regional bus service will be provided off the top. Sometimes when we say off the top, meaning it's not allocated to a jurisdiction or things of that nature. It just means that we'll be able to provide that service regionally. That's the commitment from MAG and MAG's Regional Council.
Alexis.
Yes.
Thank you. There's quite a few new members here, and maybe just like a light explanation, not so that Michael reached to the mic about MAG, you know, because I know when I first came on, I didn't quite understand it. And just like a little bit about what they do in the relationship, not much.
I can answer that. So MAG is our designated metropolitan planning agency, metropolitan planning authority. So all urbanized areas have an MPO or metropolitan planning organization, and MAG is responsible for regional transportation planning and the allocation, especially of regional federal formula funding. MPOs also take different roles and flavors depending on the metro area across the country. Here in Arizona, I think really important relationships I want to call out are between the MPO and the State Department of Transportation, so ADOT, the MPO and member communities, including all of the communities that you represent, because MAG does oversee the Arterial Life Cycle Program, or ALCP, which Alexis mentioned. And then finally, the Regional Public Transportation Authority, that's us here. And now MAG is taking on this new role of administering the Transit Life Cycle Program. And those relationships were actually codified, as Alexis mentioned, in state law. These decisions were made back around 2021 and were included in Senate Bill 1102, which is now state law, thanks to the approval of the state legislature, the governor, and the voters most recently. So they're the regional planner. Yeah.
Any other questions with?
Just wanna, can you give the board an example of when other cities are being generous to another city that may not necessarily, you know, can you give us an example what that looks like?
I think I need some further clarification.
It's okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Loaded question.
I'm going to hand this over to Ken to give a budget overview. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember Edwards.
Can you bring up the map that had the whole rail system, bus system on it? There you go. So talking about jurisdictional equity and MAG and everything else, so I'm looking on specifically West Valley and the lack of infrastructure for like light rail, because we know light rail is not coming to the west anytime soon. Ultimately, I mean, what discussions are going to be had in the future? Because as the West Valley is growing exponentially, are we just saying that we're not going to have light rail ever out in the West Valley? Because, you know, we have all these large companies, TMC, Amcor, you know, they're bringing thousands of jobs. And if we're going to rely on just them taking their cars every day, we're already hearing it from the West Valley, the commute time that they have from the West Valley to most of the folks are working in the Tempe or downtown Phoenix area, and myself included. And, you know, it's an hour and 25-minute drive one way to work. That's not sustainable. And, you know, I lived in Southern California for the longest time and was finally able to take Metrolink to work. And the problem with that is, you know, it wasn't reliable because it was on shared tracks. And so the Burlington Northern always took the precedent over the tracks. And so we'd a lot of times sit on the side rail waiting for the cars. I just want to make sure that, you know, MAG and Valley Metro are working together to make sure that there is some kind of a game plan going forward. Because the way I see it now, you know, with the leaps and bounds that the West Valley is making, we are going to be behind the 8 ball very quickly.
Thank you for the question. I think part of what actually ends up on maps and projected is ultimately what goes into it's a 20-year RTP, or the Regional Transportation Plan. So it's working with not only MAG to develop and what that looks like, not only from a transit side, but obviously arterials and freeways. But what I know how, based upon my knowledge in terms of MAG seeking input from members' agencies on their end, is particularly when we were going through the plan process for Prop 479, what ultimately became Prop 479, there was a call for projects. And that allowed MAG to get feedback from member agencies of what was in their, not only their transportation plans that you adopt locally, but what is your kind of hopes, desires, aspirations as member agencies that you would like to put in that 20-year plan. Now, I do believe that there are options and availability to tweak that plan as you proceed, whether it's going through the Transportation Improvement Program, the TIP, the S-TIP, which I believe is the state TIP version. But there's opportunities for cities through their, whether it's their mayors or the appointed TPC members, to provide that input as we proceed in planning. So part of that is we try to do a forecast from our perspective on the service planning side of what it is that you're looking for from a transit perspective, but at the same time, working with MAG to make sure that is also included in the long-term planning projects, because they are projects and construction projects that can take 10, 20-year lead times. So really from our perspective, and I don't want to speak on behalf of MAG, but knowing how they operate, is they're looking for that input directly from the city so that they can program it into long-term plans that they're managing from their
I
perspective.
just don't want to get stuck in another situation where, like, in Prop 400, as the West was growing, we kept hearing jurisdictional equity and the fact that there was no plans for future growth in the West Valley. And then by the time 479 comes into play, jurisdictional equity is no longer a factor. And so it's like, well, how convenient is that for the West Valley not to be able to partake in future transportation needs? So just a comment.
If I may add, so part of the framework for the allocation of funds in Prop 479 is that for bus service, for example, it's a performance-based system. And so demonstrated productivity has to be there. For members who maybe are new to the board, jurisdictional equity began around that early post-recession period when the region had to do a little bit of resetting of funding because suddenly our revenues weren't going to keep pace with our vision for what we would be able to accomplish in that 20-year horizon. That included Prop 400. And so in order to do that, the region, including this board, elected to allocate funds according to jurisdiction, jurisdictional equity. So that goes away and now funds are allocated based on performance. Now to your point, council member, about fixed guideway service. So when I say fixed guideway, we're thinking of light rail or streetcar or bus rapid transit, which appears on the map for the first time here. There's still opportunity for that. I do want to note that how we fund fixed guideway expansion in the future with 479 is that those funds have to be borne ideally at the federal level. And historically, our latest projects have been built with about 37 to 39% federal participation. The balance of the funding comes from local participation. Our rail cities, Phoenix, Mesa, and Tempe, have dedicated funding streams that they use to match that capital funding that comes through the Federal Transit Administration. And then they use they're supporting all of the operations and maintenance with local funds, save for that 3.5% that we can use for state of good repair. So it's possible. There's a mechanism for updating the high capacity transit corridors. That plan can be amended, but we also have to have a revenue stream for that. And next up, we're going to just at a very high level, we're going to review how we're funded. And the key takeaways I think that are going to be important for that discussion is how we use the mix of funding. We have talked so much, and as we should have, about 479 and the important renewal of 479, but local funding is also a primary source of transit funding across our valley. So we want to draw some attention to that as well as federal funding. And I look forward to sharing some federal funding outlook updates with you because federal funding has long been and is still going to be absolutely critical to transportation, not just transit, but transportation infrastructure across the valley. We should be very proud of the success that we've had in attracting federal funding to Arizona. I expect that to continue. So all is not lost. And our 10 West expansion, which would come after capital extension, would be the first light rail corridor that would get us out of that shared right-of-way environment that we operate exclusively in today and along the 10 West corridor. So it's not quite TU in West Valley, but it's closer. We're getting closer. And that is how you expand a rail system, right? You've got to push it out from the core. So it really does require a shared vision and collaboration across jurisdictions.
Member Talmadge had a question.
Thank you. A couple of questions. The paratransit, I guess I'm looking at slide 11. So in bold, funding will be limited to the strict federal definition of ADA service. Is this going to be requiring any recertification or something that, some box that our paratransit riders are going to have to check in order to qualify?
No, what it does mean though, the ADA requires within 3/4 of a mile boundary of fixed route service. So bus, rail, if a person has access to that within their community, within 3/4 of a mile, but can't physically access the transit system, we have to provide, it's called complimentary, not complimentary in the sense of free, it's a complement to the fixed route service. We have to provide that paratransit service. Many regions or communities choose to provide paratransit service outside of that minimum federal threshold. In the policy that has now become state law, regional decision makers chose to limit the growth of paratransit to just that which is required for regional funding, that which is required by FTA within that 3/4 mile boundary. That is not to say paratransit cannot be provided outside of that 3/4 mile boundary. It is to say the cost for that has to be borne outside of Prop 479 funding.
Okay.
It requires no additional action or certification on the part of the user. Rather, those trips are identified in the booking process.
Okay, and if I could, I believe the region initially adopted a half-mile policy. Is that right? Maybe I don't remember correctly, but I think that early on in my tenure on the board, which is getting close to 10 years now, I know, I'm getting old. But I thought, and you can still provide the half-mile service, but that extra 1/4 of a mile is going to be required to be paid for by the city that's providing it.
Yeah, and it varies where and who is eligible for paratransit, and also Right Choice, which is a very rapidly growing program. It varies by jurisdiction. Some communities offer those services to individuals over age 65, regardless of their ability. Some jurisdictions require individuals to be qualified according to the ADA. So it really does become a local policy decision. We are here to walk through that with each of our member communities. What we can do is provide data on how your residents and visitors are currently utilizing paratransit and Right Choice, that in hopes that that can inform local policy decisions, such as whether or not to fund service beyond that 3/4 mile boundary.
Well, it's still a real win for cities because I know, at least for Glendale, and I'm sure for many of you, in fact, even in the beginning stage, the forecast of what paratransit, the budget was quite underestimated and grew and escalated quite rapidly. But it's a big cost at least for us, under our transit system. I did, Mr. Chairman, have one other question. The slide on page 3, some people were inquiring about getting a copy of that map, but it doesn't, at least the slide doesn't show it go past Peoria. And I know we have routes outside of is it just because that's what fit on the slide?
There we go.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
this is
what
the
is
system.
fitting on so it shows the Bell Road, it shows the 59, all those corridors would be included in, okay, I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure because we don't see it on our.
The other
slide.
map is the fixed guideway map. So that's light rail, streetcar, bus, rapid transit.
Okay, thank you.
Members of the board, you do have the system map folded up underneath the notebook that's at your place. So you can take that with you and use it for reference. So we did provide that for you today.
You know what, Councilmember Tomachov, I might have misunderstood your question. So in Prop 479, in contrast with 400, in Prop 400, we had a plan-based program. So this is the lines on the map here. Moving forward, it's a performance-based program. We've been talking about this in this room, and I'll touch on it later. We're about to begin a comprehensive operational analysis, COA. It's another piece of jargon that really means we're taking a look at the performance of the existing transit system and the likely demand based on how and where people are traveling today and in the near future. We are working with our member community. So your staff and MAG, we kick off later this month. I am so excited. And that will result in a set of recommendations that would be the redesign of the on-street services. So the bus services that you see in this map outside of rail service. A difference, and this is a really critical difference in the plan-based program that drew lines on the map and said, for the next 20 years, more or less, this shall be the system. The beauty of bus and the 40-foot bus is the hallmark of urban mass transit systems across the globe is that it can be flexible. We can extend routes, we can adjust service frequency according to how travel demand changes and how communities develop. And I think this is such an important development for us moving forward, and it's going to lead to better productivity and, more importantly, a nimble system, which is critical for a valley that's growing and changing as fast as we are.
If I could, Mr. Chair, one more thing, because I know Councilmember Edwards and I have had the discussion with all of the growth and especially job growth that's occurred in the Far West Valley in and around the 303 corridor, and now the city of Peoria with their innovation corridor. And just if you could, and I know I've been briefed on it, but perhaps some of the new council members and board members, that because it's a performance-based award essentially for a new route, but there is a process to propose and get it approved. And then now the route is going to have 3 years to have to prove its worthiness, but there are going to be opportunities. If you just want to touch on that for the people who may not be aware of that, about that you could still get a new route added. Because initially when I was reading it, I'm thinking, well, if it's based on performance and the route doesn't exist, how do you measure performance on something that doesn't exist? So,
yeah.
It's part of the process that we're working through with MAG, and your member cities are very much included. Is while we build this program, and part of what's happening right now is trying to develop the policies that ultimately will go to regional council, but to provide opportunity for what is being called seed funding, so that you have an opportunity to test a new route, or if you want to extend a route, or if you want to go start earlier in the morning or later at night, is to measure whether or not it's performing. So that you'll have the opportunity to do so with that seed funding. And then depending upon the performance of that, which we'll be measuring here at Valley Metro, to provide that feedback of, do you want to continue it after that seed funding? How much is it going to cost each member city if it's not, and or what you're eligible for in terms of the performance-based formula money. So there's an opportunity to be able to do that. We'll work very closely with your cities and MAG to make that happen.
Any other questions?
Yes, I have a question. Should I address? Okay. Well, I have actually a couple of comments. One is, City of Tempe, we're losing $22 million a year in rental tax income. The rumor is that we're going to lose another $11 million in food tax. So both our rental tax and our food tax are going to go away. It's the tune of at least $32 million or more. And the state is just eliminating it. Yeah, it's not going to anything else. They just don't feel like we should have it anymore. And so that's happening. So I guess I really am, and I'm I'm not confident that the feds are going to give us money. Or very little. And I think that we need to have a plan for, if that happens, what are we going to do? And because I'd rather have a plan than no plan, if hopefully we don't have to use it ever. But I really think we need a contingency plan, given these horrific situations. And City of Phoenix, I know they got $80 million, right, cut from their budget. And it just has really been devastating for all of us that have a lot of rental property. And of course, with ASU being the home city, it's been very difficult for us. And I'm just concerned about, there's not going to be extra funding. It's not like we're going to be able to put in more money. That's not, that we're going to try to survive. We're already on hiring freezes. We're not filling any vacancies. Everything's, slowing down big time. And I was with the city for 30 years as an employee. So I've been my third rodeo. Thought it was only going to get away with 2, but now we're going to 3. So it's going to be difficult.
And I think I hear you, council member, and I think, so what we have to do when we're crafting programs, we've got to look at the known sources of revenue. 479, thankfully, is a known source of revenue. But this varies by community. I'm going to walk through really fast, high level. how we're funded because the funding mix does vary by community. And that's why we have different levels of service by community. City of Tempe has a very high level of transit service relative to other communities across the valley, especially when we look at it on a per capita basis. And it's in large part because Tempe has invested quite a bit into the transit system locally in addition to the federal and regional funding. So quick look at how we're funded. PTF 479 is foundational. Those member city contributions, it varies by city. And I'll show you a table of what that looks like. Federal funding is typically only available in the past, today, and tomorrow for building things and buying things. We get a little bit of federal operating assistance, but mostly we're using federal funding to buy buses, to build expansion projects, to complete state of good repair and maintenance, and for various planning and design activities. Otherwise, the federal government will be a funding partner, but it is up to us to pay the balance locally and then to pay the operating funds locally. And of course, passenger fares are an important source of revenue, and there's a little bit of Arizona lottery service. So taking a look at FY25 budget, I don't want to belabor this since we just had an update, but Prop 400 you see on the left, that's the big piece of purple. It's a major source of funding for our PTA, but member city contributions in green is an important source as well. Overall, just the expenditures, our PTA is about half bus. The rest of it is regional services, demand response is paratransit and ride choice. And then we've got other programs, commute solutions, van pool, that are important and have a little bit different funding structures. Those, by the way, are primarily federally funded and paid for by user fees. But take a look here. This is an eye chart, but it's included in your packet. This is the RPTA member city contributions. This comes straight from our intergovernmental agreements for this current year. This does include city contributions, including the regional transportation funding. I want to point out we've got 3 cities, Tempe, Phoenix, and Glendale, that do have dedicated transit or transportation or streets taxes that are included in this funding mix. So if you scratch your head and say, why does Phoenix have so much money, or why does Tempe have so much money in that mix? A lot of it is coming from local sources. Valley Metro Rail, member city, you'll notice, is a bigger piece of the pie than federal funding. Again, federal funding is really just the capital. Rail member city contributions, again, most of this is coming from local sources because we are operating the system today with local sources. Federal funding. Let's talk about federal funding for just a moment. I've talked about history and some of the formula funds. The competitive and discretionary programs is where there's a lot of intrigue, and I want to invite Alexis and Ken to weigh in on this federal funding conversation. Here's what we've got going on today, and I'll tell you what we expect moving forward. At this moment, our biggest federally funded program is construction of the South Central Light Rail Extension. We're almost done with that. We do anticipate all of those funds will continue flowing. Now we've got other significant programs that are in the pipeline where awards were announced last year. Those include the Rio East Dobson streetcar extension that would support planning and design further into the city of Tempe and including Mesa. That's about a $15.9 million award that was under RAISE, or Reinvesting in American Infrastructure through Sustainability and Equity. Now that becomes the Build/Tiger grant program that we've known from recent history. We're working very closely with Federal Transit Administration, and I had a conversation with our FTA administrator as late as yesterday afternoon. We do hope that that grant program will continue. We're working on modifying our grant applications in accordance with Department of Transportation guidance, but we are continuing work on planning and design at this time on Rio East Dobson streetcar extension. Another important grant program is the Low or No Emissions Vehicle Grant Program. And we did receive notification of an FY23 award of $13.3 million to support the purchase of battery electric buses and charging infrastructure. And at this time, we are in progress in processing that grant with our partners at Federal Transit Administration. So I'm hopeful that that program will continue. And we just received news this week of a continuing resolution that allows funding for these programs to continue to flow out of DC. Likewise, we are also expecting in the next 6 months or so a new notice of funding availability for the lower no emissions vehicle program that we can submit an application for into the near future. We're also continuing work on planning and design for our next light rail extensions, including the capital extension, which is in what we call the project development process right now. And we would be submitting an application to FTA's capital investment grant program next year. We've got our I-10 West corridor, also in planning and design, coming in right behind that. I'm optimistic. I'm not looking at this, I think, through rose-colored glasses, but if we look back at our recent trajectory and our success at attracting federal funding, the $1.345 billion South Central extension under construction right now. This was actually a capital investment award made during the first Trump administration. I think it's going to be the first capital investment grant funded rail project opened during the second Trump administration. Again, we are continuing to work with FTA. We are very aware of a focus on cost effectiveness for our projects. That is going to be absolutely critical in receiving federal funding. And we are already working to sharpen our design pencils, if you will, to try and deliver projects that are going to be met with approval for federal funding. So it's an active conversation, as you're all aware. I think that's probably a gross understatement, but know that we are in lockstep with U.S. Department of Transportation and FTA and are working to do everything we can to attract federal dollars for our projects and programs here across the valley. Ken, Alexis, anything you
One
want to
thing
add
that I
about the CR?
would probably add specific to not only the continuum resolution that passed Congress last week, but some of the guidance that has come out, I think it was Thursday of last week from the Department of Transportation. And part of it is they are going to be reviewing some of the existing contract awards. That affects us on the low no, it affects us on the raise. But there is an opportunity, and we're currently working with our staff to make some modifications if necessary, but we have not been told like this is not going to happen. It's making some modifications that perhaps take out some language that is not, it does not comport with what the administration would like to see. However, we still have the opportunity to resubmit and make those modifications. Additionally, with regard to some of the federal formula funding, that review does not include the federal formula funding. Federal formula funding will continue to flow. The reviews do not include some of the earmarks that we've received from our congressional delegation. Particularly, we have $1.5 million outstanding in earmarked funds for our fleet transition, in addition to additional monies for looking at accessible electric vehicles that were awarded through earmark. That's not subject to the DOT review. So we are getting better guidance, more clarity, if you will, from the Department of Transportation just as soon as Thursday of last week, where we feel a little bit more optimistic than doom and gloom of it's all going to end, particularly when some of these funds are appropriated by Congress rather than discretionarily distributed through the FTA. So there'll continue to be some of that push and pull, I believe, between Congress and the agencies. But for right now, based upon the guidance that has been provided through this Department of Transportation, there are certain things that are off the table in terms of what they're reviewing currently. So I just wanted to add that color.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that, just to make sure that we're sticking to good timing, because I want to make sure that I'm respectful of my colleagues. And I appreciate each one of the members, kind of coming out and spending this time. But in the interest of time, if we can, let's try to get real specific in the details on what we want to do. And then let's work the interaction, because I would like the board to be able to respond, but I also want us to get right to the point. And if our committee members, you guys can ask questions continuously, but just remember that as you guys are asking questions, it could take more time. And let's just try to be mindful and be respectful of everyone's time. We want to get out at a good time for everyone, if that's possible. So we'll continue to procurement, but let's be mindful of that. If the board can do that for me, that would be great. All right, thank you. It's not saying that you can't ask questions or stop in the middle. It's just saying that for the sake of time, let's just remember that we want to keep the meeting moving too. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's skip the strategic plan update, as we do provide the board with an update each quarter on progress against our strategic plan goals. Now I'd like Jonathan Thatcher, Director of Contracts and Procurement, to give us a very brief overview of how we buy things, what we buy, so that we can get to the point where we're having an interactive discussion and we're looking to receive direction from the board on changes to either procurement practices or policy. Jonathan.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you for taking some time to discuss procurement here at Valley Metro. I usually bring confetti cannons with me or vuvuzelas just to keep everyone awake while we do this. But I will kind of go through the slides pretty quickly. Feel free to stop. And there's also a discussion at the end as well. So with procurement, business decisions really drive procurement actions. And these business decisions are expressed in a number of ways, including the agency's strategic plan, insourcing versus outsourcing decisions, tactical plans, and obviously also the annual budget. What procurement actions do not do is they do not drive business decisions, though they may influence the timing by which business decisions have to be made. So here at Valley Metro, we maintain and administer about 400 contracts for various goods and services. This can range from bus and rail operations and maintenance contracts, revenue vehicles, so light rail vehicles, bus, paratransit, and then non-revenue vehicles, engineering services, construction services, IT and hardware and software, and then also all of the contracts required to actually run an agency of this size as well. We use a number of procurement methods to put these contracts in place. Obviously, probably the one folks know the most about is our request for proposal process. So here at Valley Metro, it takes about 8 to 9 months to complete a request for proposal and costs the agency and member partner cities that also collaborate with us and participate in this process about $75,000 to process a basic request for proposal. That can go up with the complexity of the RFP, and it can also go up if things like protests or other things happen during the process. Next is we also use invitations for bid. Here at Valley Metro, it takes about 6 months to complete an IFB and costs just over about $27,000 to process one of those projects. And then we do a fair bit of cooperative and sole source contracting. Sole source contracting, relatively unusual, but here we do a fair bit of it, especially in relates to spare parts for our light rail vehicles and the rail alignment. Valley Metro also receives a fair amount of funding through federal grants, and those funds can only be spent under contracts with federal terms and conditions and that comply with FTA's TBE requirements. The City of Phoenix is the grant recipient here in this region, and Valley Metro is a subrecipient. So our work here at Valley Metro, both in terms of drafting solicitations and also final contracts, then goes to the Phoenix Transit Department compliance section for review, prior to it making it onto agendas for approvals or contract awards. At Valley Metro, we operate through a delegation of authority. So the boards manage what comes to the boards for approval. The main categories are presented here, but there's a complete list in our procurement manual as well. To determine dollar value prior to solicitation, Valley Metro uses a standard of spend over 3 years. And RPTA board approval is required to begin work on solicitations or to do contract awards. And right now that limit is set at $50,000. So $50,001, that moves it into a board approval cycle. Valley Metro Rail, similar setup. Their board approval limit though is set at $150,001 comes to the Valley Metro Rail board. Any contracts that are joint or agency-wide contracts follow the lower limit of RPTA in terms of how they track to the board for approvals.
I have a question, or I can wait till the end.
Go ahead.
Can you give me examples of each one of those contracts? So a solicitation authorization, is that one that we did today?
So a solicitation authorization would occur before we start work. I don't think there was one on the agenda today.
Okay.
But
That's the beginning of we're awarding for an RFP.
That's a request for staff to release an RFP or an RFQ or an RFI. Contract award is what we did today on the fair inspection and security services contract. We had previously moved through solicitation authorization last year.
Okay, so then today we approved a contract award, but it says CEO executes contract. So I'm gonna go back to Councilmember Buckland's statement and question is, before. So we have two contract awards. I just saw those. One is by the board and one is by the CEO. How do we determine that?
It's the dollar amount. So if you look at the second column, it's the threshold dollar amount. So for RPTA, I would execute a contract that is $35,000, let's say, because it falls under that $50,000 threshold, right? Most of our business though, falls above
No, I know.
that limit. Yeah, you don't buy much these days at a large urban transit agency, less than $50,000. So the contract award goes to the CEO, it goes to the board for approval, and then I execute the contract.
Okay, I want to go back to this 92, please. Slide 92, I guess.
Yep.
Okay. So it's 50,000, 50,001 and 150,001. And that's when that comes to the board. Okay. I'm trying to figure out, and the reason why I'm asking this is because at what point do we get to see the contract and how that contract is written? And I'm leading to where I'm going, is because there is a big question, conversation on the East Valley contract. And it keeps popping up. And it's about how we approved it and the language, and if it comes back to the board, and if it doesn't come back to the board, and particularly on extensions. And so I want to figure out where all of that falls in this little box.
So moving forward, per Councilmember Buckland's request, we'll provide this for the fair inspection and security services from today. We can include the scope as well as the draft contract. Again, the scope tends to be in more descriptive layman's terms. We can provide any contracts. We're gonna walk through later in the presentation what we're proposing in response to board feedback and direction. We'll kind of outline. There are a number of touch points for the board. We come to the board before we issue an RFP. We come to the board to request approval to exercise the contract. We come to the board for budgetary authority, which is separate from the contract vehicle in the budget process. So there are not less than 3 touch points.
And do you come back to the board for extensions?
That's what we're going to talk about a little bit. Historically, we have.
No, I know we have, but there is something something has changed.
Yes.
And in particular, this one particular contract is one of the contracts that are being questioned.
But we can talk about those
no, that's fine.
processes. I want to make sure we're differentiating between what's in the contract and what are our management practices.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
Okay. Back to you, Jonathan.
Sure, thank you. So as a board member, there are a number of communication touch points that you'll receive. You'll receive a copy of a plan of contracts, which will display a 2-year look ahead of planned contract actions. This includes new procurements, exercising contract year options, cooperative contracts, sole source contracts, and then re-procurement of expiring contracts. On each agenda, you may see authorizations to issue competitive solicitations, contract awards, and contract amendments. Generally, contract actions over $1 million go on the, under $1 million, pardon me, go on the consent agenda, and those over $1 million go on the regular agenda for discussion. Procurement publishes a monthly transparency report, which you'll also be receiving, that lists all open competitive solicitations or those planned to be published in the then current month. And the ask is that if any vendors or potential offerors reach out and attempt to contact you, please refer them to the agency, and we will go ahead and handle those if they are questions about an open solicitation. And then finally, I just wanted to touch on contract authority. So new contracts usually include a contingency of 3% to 10%, depending on the nature of the contract. And in response to feedback from member cities, we also will be bringing contract extensions forward for consent as well. One other thing on contract authority is not spend authority. So when you approve contract authority, you're setting a ceiling for which the agency can spend under that contract before coming back to the board. Spend authority is actually controlled by the annual budget process and any mid-year adjustments. So when you approve a contract with a contract authority of what looks like a really big number, because it goes over the potential life of that contract, that is not you giving permission to the agency to spend that much money today on that contract. It sets a ceiling, and if circumstances change, market conditions change, that ceiling may need to be adjusted, and we would come back to a board for that adjustment as well. On the contract management side, there are two main categories of contract management. So there's informal and formal contract management. The informal contract management is typically done by the program or the project manager. And it's those day-to-day activities like signing off on goods receipts, resolving complaints with the vendors or contractors that we work with, and also processing invoices for payment. Formal contract management or contract administration is done by procurement and includes activities like processing contract amendments, exercising options or increasing contract authority, and issuing formal notices such as letters of concern, cure notices, notices of default. Again, procurement processes the procurement actions to support the business decisions made by the organization. Key contracts. Yeah.
So on your, where it says conduct the day-to-day business and resolution of complaints, or I'm really interested, who manages the measurable goals, the performance on these contracts? If they're not meeting their standards, when are we notified of that, or are you guys notified of that? And what measures are being taken to make sure that they get back on track? Because, you know, in one of our deals that we were tabling for, you know, for our next meeting, one of the items was the fact that they're not meeting their day-to-day obligations, but yet they're actually being potentially rewarded for not meeting their performance goals.
Couple of ways that is addressed. First of all, got to look at the contract language. What are the key performance indicators? What are the standards within the contract and into the paratransit contract? I think part of the challenge is we're not hitting the demand that was laid out in the contract. Therefore, we're paying a higher cost per unit. But to answer your question, Councilmember Edwards, it is the managing team. So in the case of paratransit contract, that's the paratransit and transportation team that's responsible for that day-to-day work. That formal contract management with Jonathan is getting to, that's really done by procurement. So that is when we want to take formal action, like issue a letter of concern, for example. That's a partnership between the contracting team and the procurement department. We don't typically bring that to the board. And by the way, we do tend to have contract conversations in executive session. And some of you might recall participating in such sessions in recent years where we're talking about the specific performance of a vendor. But as a matter of course, we don't typically bring that to the board. We're trying, and we'll get there in just a moment with recommendations. We're looking for your guidance. We're trying to find this right balance between bringing information to the board and the number of touch points we have per contract for our over 400 contracts that we have in place at the moment, as Jonathan mentioned earlier. So trying to find that sweet spot, knowing that we're also engaging city staff, you know, along the way in these steps. Have I answered your question? Okay, thank you, Councilmember.
Great, thank you. And the last item I'll touch on is on-call and task order-based contracts. So these can be specific to certain subsets for goods and services. It should always be the agency's intent to spread the award of task orders across all awarded vendors. But that spread will rarely be uniform. And as the nature of the work dictates, the overall cost may be very different that the individual vendors get awarded. So awards are typically based on specific criteria such as price and then their area of specialization as well. Next, I'll touch on the agency's use of contract option periods and cardinal changes as they relate to contract amendments. So some of our contracts contain clauses allowing the agency to exercise contract option periods. These are often present in longer-term contracts and provide the agency some programmatic outs of the contract. It should always be the agency's intent to use the contract for the maximum term of the original contract. Conducting competitive solicitations is a significant investment of resources on the agency's behalf, but also the member city's behalf, because you contribute panel member evaluators to most of, if not all of our projects as well. We always try to avoid using our contractual right to terminate in contracts for convenience, but that right does exist in all of our contracts. So we can terminate a contract at any point during the term of that agreement as well. Prior to exercising options, the agency reviews at a minimum the following information: the scope of work still meets the agency's need, the price and the price schedule is still fair and reasonable, and that the agency is receiving an acceptable quality of that good or service delivered to it. If any of these are found to be not true, the agency could then consider re-procuring that good or service, and the option exercise decision needs to be made at a point in time sufficient to allow that re-procurement to occur as well. When processing contract amendments on contracts with federal terms, the agency also has to consider what are called cardinal changes. So the FTA restricts contract amendments or cardinal changes that are made outside the general scope of the initial contract. So there's two main areas that can fall outside the general scope. And those two main areas are the scope of work that was in the original contract, and then any change or adjustment in quantities up or down from what was originally awarded in that contract. If those changes are so significant that it would represent a cardinal change, the FTA rules say with contracts with federal terms that we have to send that out for re-procurement at that point, and we cannot move forward with that contract amendment. The last couple of slides that we'll touch on.
Yeah, I just want to pause. I want to pause now because now Jonathan's done presenting. Here's what we do.
This is the part
Now
where-
we're transitioning.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Did you have something to say?
No, just signaling, we're done with the presenting to you. We've got a couple of slides that we want to offer as opportunities for process improvement. In addition to that, though, we welcome your feedback. and
Okay, yeah, I
direction.
wanted to stop on slide 36 if I could, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So I wanted to understand the exercising contract options specifically to exit or amend contracts, how that would relate to, I know the board wants to have a discussion. I believe it's pretty big consensus of us about taking a look and bringing some administrative things in-house, hopefully, and to look at whether that's going to bring a cost savings or not to the organization.
Sure.
So that's not necessarily written into a contract, like if you just, so I mean, what would be the opportunities to exit? I know we need to look for contracts, and that was what the initial ask was, is contracts that are coming up for renewal or expiring in the next 3 to 9 months or something like that, to take a look at those contracts and find out whether there's opportunity for savings possibly there, and if we could exit those contracts.
Right. So your first level of decision making there is a business decision where the agency would look at what is the cost to insource versus outsource. And from that business decision then would flow the procurement actions that we would have to take. And that may be canceling or terminating contracts prior to the expiration of their existing term, not extending options. So we would come back with a recommendation of procurement actions.
Or possibly a contract modification, so long as it's not a cardinal change on a federalized contract. I don't want to get too into the weeds.
Yeah.
But a lot of our contracts, especially our big ones like operations and maintenance, those are federalized contracts. So we couldn't drastically change the scope. It would be a cardinal change. We would have to re-procure.
Right, but
it can be done.
As an example, the marketing contract that was pulled off of today's agenda, and whether there's a possibility there exists, we don't know the idea, but to explore the possibility, and possibly even if we decided to bring it in-house, if that was going to save money, we would still need media buys. So whether you could amend the contract, do a different contract, but the possibilities of maybe making changes to those contracts, where you could say, I mean, we probably don't have or want to have somebody with we don't buy enough media to have somebody in-house, that's what they probably do. So that might require either an amendment or a different contract, but just to look at all the possibilities. And basically based on the concern that a lot of us are having with, not just the federal funding that it's allocated to Valley Metro, but projects within our city, transportation projects within our city. And, the uncertain times we're in financially for all of us is I think we should be looking under every rock to find out where we can save money. So.
Yeah. And so on the marketing contract, this is a great example because we're at that point now. And in our discussion today, we recommend letting that contract expire in August and then entering with a new scope of work and a new contract vehicle that allows us to adjust the level of effort and then also explore what part of that can be insourced versus outsourced. We've been doing a little bit of this over the last few years. This has shown up in the budget process. For example, we've insourced already our bus maintenance quality assurance inspections. We had one contract that was just their only job was inspecting the maintenance work that was performed by another contractor. We already made that move and now we're just about ready to launch a totally insourced maintenance program. We did it last year with a small function of power washing. So now instead of having a contract for power washing, we have that equipment and labor in-house and we conducted an analysis that said, hey, not only are we going to have more control and flexibility, but it's also going to save us money. In this budget cycle, we're proposing insourcing the management of our community engagement function, which has historically been outsourced as part of capital programs. There's a net savings there. There's also, I think, a business benefit. So as we move on, as functions come online or as our business needs change, or as we get to the point where contracts are going to expire, there are some options and some specific options that I'd like to pursue or explore is looking at things like our facility maintenance. This is performed under different contracts right now. Even looking at our bus or road vehicle maintenance, this is performed under contracts right now. Rail system and rail vehicle maintenance is performed in-house, by the way. In our security contract, we've got contract security personnel who are responsible for overseeing the camera feeds in our dispatch control center, right? But we are gearing up to make major investments in our closed circuit television, our CCTV systems. We've also begun sharing that CCTV feed with our jurisdictional police departments, but those contract team members aren't super equipped to garner those resources from multiple agencies and engage them in response. So moving ahead, we might explore bringing that contract in-house. For some of these biggies, like maintenance or the dispatch control, I would recommend engaging a third party to help us do our due diligence so that we get the answer right when we say, here's how much we're paying for outsourcing, here's how much we think it'll cost for insourcing.
That makes sense. Thank you.
So next, and these are some items for discussion and ways that we hope that we could collaborate.
Next.
Oh, sorry. There we go. In terms of opportunities for efficiency in the procurement process, one is to move. There's a number of procurement processes and timelines at Valley Metro that make achieving best practices, frankly, impossible. However, there are some steps that we can take to simplify the process and try and get closer to those best practices that we would like to be delivering these projects on. One is to move to a biannual solicitation authorization approach, where authorization is sought in June and January for all planned new procurements. Solicitation authorizations or new procurements twice a year. That would help us, and it would also reduce the number of memos coming to board agendas throughout the course of the year. Second is
Does that make sense? So it would be a bulk biannual. Here are the RFPs we'd like to issue in the next 6 months, twice a year. Instead, right now they're coming in piecemeal fashion. So it's
all at once.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask though, is that going to shorten the timeline? Because that was one of the questions we're going to ask is why is an RFP taking 8 to 10 months? So is that Okay, I'll wait.
It does, and one of the pieces that I'm looking for, and we've been discussing this a lot in the executive team over the past year, is scheduling out these projects and programs well in advance. You know, when we include something in the budget, I talk to our team about this all of the time, let's map out the schedule for actually executing that particular item, whether it's a staff position or a contract, so that we're anticipating it. And all we're doing is saying, hey, we'd like to issue an RFP for marketing services. And then we get an approval. Remember, we don't put budgets in the RFP. The budget is actually included in the budget process. And so it's a fairly high level process that we can do. And then we're just off to the races for the next 6 months. And I think that smooths the internal workflow between procurement and the project managers.
Well,
I can
I
add,
have the same question. Why are they taking so long?
So-
I mean, I do RFPs, what I did in my previous job all the time, and then they never took that long. Some were huge RFPs.
Yeah, so partly it's the timeline of Valley Metro. So every time we bring something to the board, it's about a 2-month process to get to the board agenda. And so if you have a request to start working on a solicitation that has to go first, then we start work on the solicitation. You've got another 2 months. Once the project is actually done and the contract is ready for award, it starts tracking for another 2-month process to get onto board agenda. In there, we also have external reviews that go on. So for example, any of our contracts that have federal terms go to PTD compliance with the city of Phoenix. They have their own review periods if it gets rejected. Just as an example, so each submission we make, they have up to 10 working days to respond to us. If it's rejected and we have to resubmit, then that resubmission also has a 10 working day response to it. So very quickly you see where the weeks and months start to get chewed up in our schedule and start driving that further and further away from a best practice of an RFP, for example, which is 6 months start to finish. Right, and that's where we
Yes.
would love to be.
So are we investigating other agencies that do it within 6 months and how they're doing it?
Well, I mean, I'm very familiar with how to get it there. And some of these steps will help make those incremental progress to get there. Some of it is working with, for example, the city of Phoenix to get some of the systems and interactions in place and streamline some of those, hopefully. So what we're asking for your support as we go through this process, because we would love to move this to much closer to a best practice of 6 months. It can be very challenging, just as a human to think about, oh, next year I have this thing that has to happen. That's hard to make it urgent for today, but if you don't do it today, you're not going to be able to hit the timeline that you're going to need that new contract by, and you're potentially leaving the agency out of contract for a period of time, and that's not something we ever want to have happen.
Well, do you have strict deadlines? Like you give it to some person and by the end of the week, you need it back with their red lines and changes?
We do. We have commitments for turnarounds, but like I said, for example, with the PTD compliance, and I'm not picking on them or anything, please don't. Please don't go there. But yeah.
Money.
But just as an example, that their process is that they have a 10 working day response back to us for each submission, right? So we can't always tell, we don't always know if something we submit is going to get rejected for a reason. And then what's the additional work that we're going to have to do in order to correct the solicitation and then re-solicit. We have started working with them. If there's something missing that they didn't get, that they want to see, call us, text us, send us an email, and we'll get that to you versus rejecting the project and restarting the clock all over again.
Right.
So we're trying to do those things. And then there's some additional system things that we have in common that will allow us to maybe shorten those timelines even further. We're a little bit further ahead of City of Phoenix on some of the system side. But they'll get there here shortly, I'm sure. So.
just for context, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So it seems to me, this is 1:30 already, that rather than us being in the weeds trying to tell our CEO how to do their job, I think we need to talk about these suggestions that they are making, that they are already saying would help us do that would help them do their job. So I would like to hear more about these 3 items, why they would, improve the process and the upsides and the downsides. Is that possible?
Yeah.
I'd
Sure.
like to do that so that we do something.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Chair, we can do that. Jonathan, we have 6 items. I asked him to put it on 2 slides.
Yeah.
For legibility. Jonathan, do you want to quickly walk through these 6?
Yeah, so I think the biannual.
Covered 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think the biannual solicitation authorization, I think, with the feedback I'm hearing, folks are interested in pursuing that. We'll certainly do that. And then obviously the support reductions in our process timelines, we will continue to work with City of Phoenix and our timeline process. The second thing is we have a disconnect here between RPTA and Valley Metro Rail, where we have a $50,001 and $150,000, and it does cause confusion within the agency. Which limit does this project apply, or which limit applies to this project versus the other one? The $150,001 limit would also align everything with Buy America as well. It would not align us with the FTA simplified acquisition thresholds. But if we could get that far, that would help us and would eliminate the risk of errors being made in processes and projects being routed incorrectly.
250.
Yeah, so the simplified acquisition threshold for FTA now is that micro purchases are $10,000 and below, small dollar purchases are $10,001 up to $250,000, and anything over $250,000 is a competitive solicitation, basically. That's also a good idea because if you look at the cost of what the agency incurs in order to process these projects at $75,000, for example, for an RFP, it doesn't necessarily make sense to spend that to buy something worth $60,000, right? So.
Just gonna stop you right there. Does everyone on the board feel comfortable with those adjustment numbers that he just mentioned? Just mentioned the readjustments from 50,000 to 75,000. I just want to make sure everyone's okay with that adjustment.
I'd like a little bit better explanation. I'm not sure I understand what kind of confusion exists between 50,000 and 100. I mean, they're 2 different agencies. So, I mean, clearly I just don't understand but I just need a better explanation, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, so we have projects coming in for 3 different combination of entities. So we have one for joint, which is RPTA and Valley Metro jointly and severally. We have projects that come in for Valley Metro Rail and projects that come in for RPTA, which is just the bus side. Right now, Valley Metro Rail has a $150,000 competitive solicitation limit. The other 2 go by the lower, which is the RPTA solicitation. So this would just bring the
I understand that part of it, but I'm trying, if I can interrupt you, Mr. Chair, is where is the confusion happening? They're different agencies, they're separate contracts. So I'm not understanding where the confusion is happening with the different threshold limits.
I don't think there's confusion. I think I don't want to speak for you, Jonathan, consistency might be the better word between the 2.
So,
yeah, consistency and the avoidance of errors. And we've got a lot of regulations that we have to comply with as we do our work, having sort of consistent limits across the board. And especially, so for procurement folks, yes, we understand that and get it. But then we also have to communicate these out to the broader agency as well. And having a single limit for the agency would, again, just be a more efficient way and a clearer way for us to communicate to folks.
For me, if I could, I'm sorry. I mean, it's my understanding anyway, the reason for the difference is because Rail has way higher price tags and way bigger contracts than RPTA and Bus does. And that was the reason I see a head shaking down there at the other end of the day is that that's the reason for that is because just about everything rail does is way higher ticket items. So that was my understanding is why there's a difference. So, would that come with an adjustment of the approval process too? I guess I'm not exactly understanding what the ask is.
I think the only,
Because that's, the charts are there, so this would be, they'd all be 150,000 and 150,001 $1. You
Yeah.
wouldn't change that.
so the only real, if I can jump in, Jonathan here, the only real change, and we looked at it a while ago, it's not a significant change. It's really capturing that which is on RPTA or joint that falls between 50,000 and 150,000. Of those 400 contracts we hold, it's a pretty small number. So it would change it for consistency. It's not going to save us a lot in terms of time and procurement effort. Because again, that's for a pretty narrow band of contracts. And even on the RPTA side, most of what we buy easily gets us over that $50,000 point. It's been at this limit for a while. So it creates some consistency. This isn't something of the 6 recommendations. I think this gets us less than almost everything else does in terms of contract simplification.
Okay, I guess I have one last question is how is that going to improve the procurement process and shorten the timeline?
It just reduces, I think those $50,000 to $150,000 items don't have to go through the board on joint or RPTA. That's the only difference.
You'd sign them yourself.
Yeah, so on VM, yeah, on Valley Metro Rail, if it's $85,000, for example, then I would sign it. And it wouldn't go through the board process. So it's just reducing the number of those 400 contracts that would go through the board process, only on the RPTA or the joint side. And on joint, it's the lesser of the 2 limits, so it's 50,000 if it's joint. And joint typically is anything administrative in nature, anything that applies across the whole agency.
Thank you so much, Chair. I appreciate the efficiency. I can understand why that would cause confusion for an outside viewer. Of course, you know exactly what you're doing. So I have full faith and confidence that you understand the difference in the limits. I just don't, I heard it kind of echoed down at the other end of the table. I'm not sure who just said it, but it takes away 2 months out the process for you coming to the board over something that is that, $53,000 marker for the joint board. And I think that we want to find efficiencies and make sure that if we truly are demonstrating a level of trust and wanting to make sure that we are working on the best on behalf of the people who need the connections. We're not necessarily people who need the connections. They're out on the street waiting for transit right now. So I think letting our CEO operate in that space instead of making us get in the minutia of that definitely will add an efficiency. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember Pastor.
I'm not in line with 3, and I'll just leave it like that. And then we can continue, and then we can decide what we want to move forward or not.
Okay. Yeah, I can definitely see where there's some confusion that could happen. I could see it because I was kind of confused. Now I understand a little bit better. And I think all our city managers operate within a certain budget that doesn't necessarily come to the city council as well.
That's right.
And I think that's kind of what we're talking about here. But we're talking about 4 agencies making decisions and putting it underneath one big number to say, hey, if the CEO operates within this spectrum, it doesn't necessarily need to come to us, because then when it comes to the board, it could be a month. Or what if it's something that happens in the fall? Now we're 2-3 months out because we're missing a whole month of a meeting and things like that. So I definitely feel comfortable with our CEO working in this space because it's less work for us to have to come back and do. And our city managers also operate within a certain space that doesn't necessarily have to come to city council in order for them to execute some of the movement forward. So I think I feel okay with this item.
And keep in mind, it is also still subject to budget that is approved and is reviewed as well separately. So it's not actual spend. We use the 3-year spend to come up with how this has to track.
Yeah.
But the contract authority is only to facilitate the purchases underneath the approved budget.
Okay, go
Can
ahead.
I just ask, how often has this issue been identified as the obstacle to moving projects ahead.
I wouldn't call it if I can jump in, Jonathan, I wouldn't call it the obstacle. What I would suggest.
Create a delay, however you want to phrase it.
Yeah, what I would suggest is of our existing contracts, why don't we just go back and look and pull the number of contracts of those 400, how many are RPTA or joint authorized contracts that fall between 50 and 150? That way we're really speaking to data. And I'd rather bring that back to this board. This is an item, these thresholds have existed for a very long time. And this isn't a management practice. Most of these others are management practices. So I think this deserves more attention. And I would like to put some data behind it if that
Okay,
makes
yeah,
sense.
because my position is, I don't want us to think we're fixing something when
Right.
it's 2 contracts a year. We're not fixing really anything by doing that.
Yes, yeah, if we could, I would love to, so that we can move through some of these other items, which really are management practices that can be accomplished pretty quickly, I think, for the most part. Would that address, and I know Councilmember Pastor, you had some concerns.
Wait a minute, I'm gonna have, Councilmember White, Councilmember Pastor, Councilmember Buckland, and then Councilmember Adams speak in that order.
Chair, thank you so much. In order to avoid crosstalk, Chair, I would just like, if we can ask Councilmember Pastor to share what would help the alignment or help add the clarity in her next commentary. She could share that with us, please.
I would just like data. I want to understand why this is being done. The other thing is, other than besides efficiency, what is broken with this?
We can provide the data, which we will do. And with efficiency, it's just fewer numbers of items that have to move through
And
the cycle.
And I'm going to explain from my experience. And I think probably I think I can't be the only, Lauren, you're the one with the history of Frankie. We have experience with this. I came on a very part of change. Change happened and I was part of that change and happening. And there was reasons why these pieces were set because of some of the previous predecessors of what happened with Valley Metro. And that's why you're seeing the strong response from me right now in a very protective manner because of past history. And past history, I don't want it to repeat itself. And we are responsible. At the end of the day, it is our voice and our vote that is responsible for Valley Metro and the fiscal piece of it. And so I just don't want it to start to creep, and this is just me being protective of then going to another level, where then we're back in that situation 20 years ahead of us. So that's why you're seeing my strong response.
In respect to Councilmember Pastor, totally understand your why, and makes a lot of sense. I do think though, whether it's, going to the 150 or finding a different number, our CEO said something that I picked up on that was critical, and that's that these thresholds have been this way a very long time. And I know, as all the council's members up here know, that just in the last few years, costs of doing business have gone up significantly. Our construction costs since 2019 are up over 102%. What it costs us to build our public safety training facility is 102% today what it was then. Our parts for our vehicles, so we've got buses that need parts and things like that, are up. Oh gosh, I can't remember the number, but it was ungodly in the last 2-3 years. So without belaboring that, I think what we should do and what's prudent is we do owe a level of trust to our CEO and our staff, and ensuring that there's accountability that what happened in the past, whatever bad behavior happened, doesn't happen again. But I do think we should look at, based on market, the costs, the changes within our market, that we do align that number consistently and in accordance with what's reasonable based on cost escalation. So what doesn't happen is that everything needs to come to this board, because we do have y'all in place for a reason, and that's out of trust. So I think there's a balance that we can come to. I think it's important that we work to get there.
Thank you for the comments. That's right on point. And I want to I'll explore with Councilmember Pastor. We can explore some time to talk more about that if there needs to be more conversation around it. But I really want to try to move our conversation forward. Otherwise, we're going to be in this retreat.
I know. And I mean, I don't want to miss happy hour, so. You guys know me. No, I mean, just because our CEO did, I mean, I just want to understand how big of an issue is this before we make the decision? If we can see that this really is a big issue, I'm absolutely for it. But before I say yes, you offered to get the data. I'd like to see the data, and I don't think that's an unreasonable request.
Yeah, that's not.
If I may, we can provide the data. I'd also like to get perspective from our chief audit executive. I know, and she couldn't join us today. So I'd like to be able to have Sabrina weigh in. For instance, because I think it's always helpful to have tangible examples. If today the board said, we want you to go out and explore the cost benefit of insourcing dispatch control center or bus maintenance, I'm going to have to put a management consultant contract through the board cycle, because that's something, those professional services is probably going to fall between that 150 range, and that would be a joint threshold. So at 50,000 would be the limit, just to give you a for instance. It tends not to be, a lot of the commodities are going to be higher, even on the RPTA side. VMR, somebody made the point, VMR, we're way over that anyway. When we're buying rail parts, we're in the millions typically. So let us provide this, because we've got some good recommendations and ideas that I'm excited about on 4 through 6.
I did, Mr. Chair, just one thing, and because I've been on this board, I think longer probably than anyone. I know some of us have been here a long time, but we have in the past called board meetings, special meetings, because if we have a contract that we need to move along or something that we need to get done, we've got WebEx, we can meet, as long as we have a quorum, we can move something ahead that we need to move ahead. So, I mean, I don't like to see business taking this long to get done, but there's ways to get things done faster. And especially if it's, something that really we need to get going on to secure pricing, or it's a real big need that we have, send out an email, try to, Pat does a great job of saying, what's your availability? We can call a special meeting, we can hop on the computer, you can present us with the item, and we can move it along. So it's not that we have to wait for the next board meeting if we have something we need to move along. We've done that in the past. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
And just one last thing that I wanted to bring up, Mr. Chair, is are we getting like 3 bids for all these huge contracts for the RFPs?
Yes, typically, typically we receive, when you say huge contracts, are you talking about bus operations?
Yeah, those, the big
Yeah,
ones.
so we typically get between 5 and 8 bids.
Okay.
On those RFPs. And then again, this is, I'll say typically, generally, we establish a competitive range and move those, call it 3 in the competitive range, into the BAFO process, where we enter into negotiations. And then we request them to submit best and final offers to us, and that's what the final score is.
And you have like a panel that establishes the top
Yes,
3?
we use evaluation panels, and on all of our panels, member city staff participate. So it depends on how many folks are on. So on our larger, more complex panels or projects, the panel may be 7, and 3 of those 7 would be from member cities participating on our panels.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That's my question.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, just want to I was just about to say, we got it. Remember, you guys, these are such.
Probably the oldest.
So let's move forward. Let's try to remember, members, these are suggestions. This is us more so giving staff some type of direction for them to come back to us. So these are not final items. These are just suggestions that we think that we can come to a consensus and give them some type of direction. We're not voting on this today or anything like that. So the comments are appreciated. There needs to be more conversations within the proper framework. We will make sure those conversations continue to happen. I'm open to more conversations, but let's try to move forward. And then if we can just refrain from our comments until the end of the presentation, that will make it better, so we can get done there is a time. We are all on some time crunch. We're gonna be in dinner if we don't get done with this. So let's move quickly.
We take our time.
Oh, all right. Clearly, people are making this a part of their day. Let's move forward and let's get to the next one. Thank you.
All right, so item number 4 is support for our continuing efforts to improve contract management, including internal, external, and stakeholder satisfaction surveys. And then also financial benchmarking and business metric reviews. 5 is to formalize an evaluation and business decision-making process that leverages the existing committee and meeting structure to increase transparency on the exercise of option years versus reprocurement for our stakeholders, which is you all, obviously. And then 6, assist in structuring a business model development process that assists programs in making insourcing versus outsourcing decisions. And this has already been done within the agency on, and I think Jessica mentioned them earlier, power washing has been brought in-house. Cash collection, which we reached out to Brinks and GardaWorld and a number of the main cash collection vendors. And they said they have no interest in doing that business whatsoever, but they'll bid on it at a very high price for us if we want. And so we brought that particular operation in-house. And then also, as previously mentioned, bus inspections as well, bringing those in-house. There's additional opportunities to make those same types of insourcing versus outsourcing decisions and to build overall organizational competency and depth as well as we move forward.
Yeah, I think the organizational competency and depth is what I want to really hit on. I mentioned earlier, we're still a young organization. We're not that young, but in some ways we're still doing business like a startup, like hiring a firm to inspect the maintenance of this firm that's providing the maintenance. We know a lot more than that now. That we've matured. We've also been building and investing in the bench strength within our organization over the last few years. 3 years ago, I wouldn't have been confident bringing that in-house. I didn't have the leadership here to support and supervise that. We do now. And so that's why we've brought that in-house, and it saves us money.
And then the final slide are questions.
Okay, so we'll do this. What we'll do is we can start with Pastor, but we're just gonna go around. If you want to have any comments, if you want to pass, we'll just go around, let everyone make comments for this final slide, if that's okay with everyone. I'll start down with Mayor from Wickenburg. You pass, okay? Councilman, okay?
Just one brief thing, because I agree with Councilmember Dorsey. We set the direction, you figure out the how. But I would encourage you for number 4 and 5 to at least look at AI. I know there's AI technology out there that is specific to supporting us in the RFP build, the design, the scoring, and all those things that might help create efficiencies back up to number 1 or whatever it was. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Councilmember McMahon.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your hard work and the presentation. It's appreciated. I appreciate even with all the questions, even though it took time, it helped all of us, I think, to understand it better and bring something back to you guys so that hopefully, I have faith that in the end that it will help you guys.
Mr. Chairman, all of these things, these last 3 things, actually 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, because 3 needs more work. But the rest of these things just look like very good recommendations from a highly competent CEO. I don't see anything here that this board can tell anybody to do anything better. They all look to me like worthy attempts to make things go better. And I think we should tell you to do that.
I would agree. It's not really our job to be necessarily in the weeds. That's your job. Our job is the higher level stuff. So I think this board needs to remember that sometimes. But be very careful with saying that 40 is not that young. I just turned 39.
Very young.
Oh, no.
So I agree with these. Do you have a timeline as to when you're going to put these processes into place? Because now you're saying that some of them already are, but for the remainder of them, what is the time frame?
So on 4 through 6, we've already, well, 4 and 5, we've already got in the works. 5 is just a matter of formalizing it. 6, it's going to take time, as we discussed earlier, because it depends on the function that we're talking about, and it depends on when contracts expire, and then having the time and resources to conduct that evaluation. So I would say that that's going to be, 6 is going to be an ongoing activity. And probably should be there over the life of the organization. And this is us making good business decisions about what we buy and then how we buy it. Do we build it in-house or do we buy it in the marketplace? On number 1, moving to that biannual solicitation approach, we could start this in June. It might take us a little time to get on that cadence, but within the year, we should be on an every 6-month June, and then I think we said June and January solicitation. So by January of 2026, I see no issue with falling into that cadence. Now, there might be items that need to come to board for authorization. Now, again, this is just the authorization to issue an RFP. This is not spend authority and it's not contract authority. So this just makes good sense. Reductions in process timelines, number 2, we're already really working on this. Trying to tighten it up, and 1, 4, 5, and 6 help us with that.
So with all these put in play, do you see future, because, I've been on the board for quite a while as well, and it seems like every year we have 1 or 2 mid-year adjustments that always come to us. Do you think that is going to alleviate these processes will help alleviate some of those requests coming in?
I think so, barring, I would say in the last 5 years, barring the unexpected, and in the last 5 years,
Understood.
we've had a whole lot of the
Unexpected.
unexpected.
I get that, but we've had some that aren't necessarily unexpected as well. They just seem to be a normal,
Yeah.
every year we have in October, we have 1 mid-year adjustment. It seems like almost every year.
I think so, and I think it's getting us on that cadence when we create the budget and making those plans and doing the work to carve out to create those RFPs and moving through the procurement process. It's a labor intensive effort, and I know I'm looking at staff who often spend nights and weekends reviewing, 8 RFPs for an operations and maintenance contracts, and it's a lot of work. But I think if we create a cadence, we stick to that cadence. I'm a big fan of an efficient and structured process that we can stick to.
Okay, thank
We've
you.
been building some of that. We're getting better at it.
Yes, I'm looking at item 6 or number 6. What exactly, well, I guess what I understand is that we have a lot of contracts. And my understanding is those contractors also influence some of the decisions that are made in what is presented to us. And so I really would like to look at that and bringing more insourcing than outsourcing and what the cost would be. Because we do a lot of outsourcing where they are, I guess I would say the face of Valley Metro, but not necessarily, they're not Valley Metro employees. And so then that becomes a whole trust issue amongst this whole process. Because we do have contractors influencing decisions when it really should be an expert in Valley Metro listening and then making those decisions. So for me, 6 is very necessary. What it sounded like is that all of these are pretty much moving. There's efficiency already happening within all of these.
Yeah, so all of them are moving. 5 needs to be formalized. So I'd like to develop a formal construct. I'd like to socialize that with member city staff. Because in each of these conversations we have with the board, for every board action or discussion, we've probably had 5 discussions on same topic with city staff. So I think it's socializing with them and having this direction from the board is helpful. So Councilmember Pastor, directly to your comment earlier or question earlier regarding the East Valley bus operations and maintenance contract. So I think we could take that contract and create an exemplar process with a timeline that says at this point, which would be, 12 to 18 months before we would need to exercise an option year or re-procure, we conduct that process.
I think with that contract, and I think with 5, what necessarily needs to happen is the language needs to be cleaned up as to when it's recommended to us. And how it's cleaned up, and we're aware of, in the sense of what the recommendation is on the meeting. And what I mean by that is on several of these contracts, and I'm going to go back and look at the language on the contract that we just voted on. It says that the board directs the CEO to administer the contract. But in the same language of that East Valley contract, it says extensions can happen and you have the authority for the extensions. And I think we have to have procurement language very clean for us to know what comes to the board and what authority is for the CEO.
And I think we can develop that process, include that procurement language in what is now our draft procurement manual, and then reflect that same language in the white papers to the board requesting authorization to enter into those contracts. So I think that's where this idea of a process that has begun taking shape and we're doing informally becomes formal and then memorialized.
Right,
in those
right.
documents.
Thank you.
No, no worries. Not many comments here. I'm in agreement with all of these. I think there's little pieces there that can be, as Councilmember Pastor mentioned, reviewed and data, on section 3, on the number 3. But I would also maybe suggest just learning in the past, like looking at maybe in your director's report, even highlighting some of these things, like the power wash thing. It's something that it sets an example of what you're already doing that is saving us money. Adding like we did. Normally in the past, we hadn't provided. I remember passenger data on a consistent basis. You added that in your report. Things like that maybe add some transparency and some highlights to the work that you all do already, to save, and save money on that front. So just a suggestion there, maybe adding those pieces in a director's report that we all get and you share it at every meeting might be helpful, and providing some of that transparency pieces that I think it's part of the discussion is rooted in some of that, right? Based on the historical aspects of Valley Metro to like what we're going through and the elected body that we serve, right? So that's just a suggestion there.
Thank you.
I appreciate the conversation and candid dialogue. And I know I have a lot of confidence in Jessica and her team. So we'll just keep on working on a little tweaking here and there, and I think we'll be in really good shape. So thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much, CEO Medford Miller and your entire team and staff. I really appreciate all of the work that the staff is doing here at Valley Metro. I think I want to acknowledge them because it doesn't make our job as board members any easier at all. But I think that you're able to kind of guide us where we don't see the light. And you're also able to execute on behalf of making our communities all connected. And that's the ultimate goal, is we want connected communities in Maricopa County. So keep up the hard work, and thank you for making sure the deliverables are brought back to each board meeting. And this is the kind of retreat we needed to ensure we're all on the same page and to continue moving forward.
I think I've said enough already. I just want to say thank you. I know a lot of work went into these presentations, and we appreciate the opportunity to engage on these topics. Thank you.
Being a huge tech geek, Councilman Buckland stole my thunder. So yeah, there's a lot of benefits to AI. Just got to pick the right one. And it's nice to see essentially what you're doing is the Kaizen method, the process of continuous improvement, which I've always appreciated as a business owner for 4 decades. So, better today than yesterday, better than tomorrow than today. So keep up the good work.
Well, I want to thank each one of board members, and I want to thank the CEO and Valley Metro staff for doing such a good job in bringing this information together. I know it was late nights, long days, but you were able to successfully put together something that the board can really look at and give vision. Because our job is really, we're policymakers. That's what we do every single day. At any given time, we can look at a policy and say, hey, how can we make that better? We've been around for a very long time. So there are some changes that does need to happen in the process. And each one of us, we have the ability to make that change. We're the visionaries, we're the policymakers. We're not gonna always see eye to eye on what policy makes more sense for the future, but it's an important responsibility and a duty to our cities that we do this type of work, and we work with our team and our staff. But I just also want to let you guys know, thank you so much for making sure that when I put out a request to work with Valley staff, to work with your cities about some of the things that you may be concerned about, that you guys actively did that and you reached out and you made it happen. You know, the board, we have to kind of come here ready to make decisions. And it's important for all of us that's sitting across this board. We're all gonna have to do some more work. You know, we always gotta do work extra once we sign up and say yes to this board. And we have a staff that's willing to work with you as many hours as you need to get to where you need to get to. And I think that's the most important part about this process and being transparent, is that we're able to work with each member to get them where they need to get to help advocate for their city. And I think that's a very important part of the process. We've now given you some instructions, some direction. You know, look at the direction that we've given you. Take all the comments into consideration. Put them down on paper. Let's work together to see how we can pull out the very best of the comments that you've been given. I would like to see maybe there is some way that we can show how we made it more efficient. Maybe there was something that in-source versus outsource, and maybe that needs to be the screen that we see in every area, every department goes through and efficientize their department to say, hey, we can outsource this or we can in-source this, and this is going to give us this cost savings. And I think if we can do that, I think the board would be very happy about that, as well as making sure that we're trying to bring forth, like when we're looking at the numbers of how much we're going to authorize. The procurement process is very, very important. We need to know maybe even a more defined, like, this is what the procurement process was before. This is the procurement process now, and maybe just have a graph that shows this is what it was. This is what we're suggesting today. That way we can see the difference, just like the in-source versus the outsource in dollars. We can see what that looks like and just make it black and white so we don't have to be guessing or asking additional questions. And if there is a process, in that process, we can make suggestions. But before we meet, make sure every board member gets what we could be drafting before they come to the meeting, so that way they can see what that could be and they can make suggestions to make that presentation better or stronger, or include their comments or questions, say, hey, I didn't see that. And then that way everyone can be considered, so that when we come back, when it's ready, when it's finally ready, whether it's next month or 2 months from now or whatever that is, you can have something more direct, and we can look at it and say, okay, this is the black and white, this is what is going to happen. And I think that would be better for all of us. So with that being said, thank you guys so much. It's 2:10. I want to close this meeting out. I'm gonna leave to suggest any more comments from the CEO.
I would like to thank the board for your time and your attention. I recognize it's a tremendous investment and time today. I promise for our new board members, we are not always here until 2:15. I assure you. Thank you. We have taken the guidance you've provided today. As we always do after board meetings, we come together, as well as after our staff committee meetings. We come together, we discuss what we've learned in the direction and what we're going to do to be responsive, and we will do that today as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to staff.